Hello, dear colleagues. We are starting the third day of our conference of the new literary Observer magazine, the cultural anthropology of borders, the Bath readings. Today's session is called Empire, Borders and Frontiers. And it's my joy to give the word to our first presenter, just a brief reminder to our colleagues and those joining via the YouTube broadcast, the way the conference is organized. We start with a presentation, 20, 25 minutes max, then 15, 20 minutes for a Q&A session. It's an important format that we insist that we stick to. Floor to our first presenter of the day, Svetlana Bankovskaya, High School of Economics. The paper is entitled Boundaries and Frontiers to the Roots of Cultural Conflict. Hi, colleagues. I'm really happy to participate in the readings. During the first day, as you will remember, Edward Casey talked about borders, boundaries, borderlines. Today, building on the same question, I would like to focus on borders and frontiers. To the definition, the border, in its sociological definition, is a physical, political, cultural, symbolic border. It's a means of spatial ordering of social life, which results in, if we believe the Robert Park, classical American researcher, is the certainty of ecological, political, social, cultural, and moral orders. So the result of this act of ordering, we get various types of orders. The central problem of modern and postmodern society, with its nation state, first and foremost, as opposed to a state nation, it's the lack of the congruence between the boundaries of national culture, residency, being tied to a certain territory, and the political community of citizens. And this problem is increasingly being resolved at the level of the individual nomad, in terms of the right to choose a particular combination of these components of his identity, culture, citizenship, and territory, three in total, the territory of their residence, so of their being. Mass atomized mobility contributes to the depressurization of the nation states. This lack of congruence of boundaries and the right to combine various combinations of elements, and as a result, this transformed nation state is less and less able to effectively perform the function of excluding and controlling the certainty of borders. The expressors and agents of transgressive phenomena are multiplying varieties of marginalized people, atoms, marginal in the social sense of the word, in the better sense of the word, if you will, localized between borders, combining and relativizing borders, embodying, essentially these marginalized people embody cultural conflicts in their identity. Even though the position of being marginalized, borders remain definite and static. And this static and definite nature, there's a paradox. This is what's valuable for those that are marginalized, because between the borders, in between, being between specific borders, we need to have borders to be marginalized. When does the question arises, when does the in-between, the non-actualized space where marginalized people are placed, when does it become defined, observable, and thematizable? This is why we have the opportunity to dwell on the specifics of the space. It happens, obviously, when boundaries lose the static nature and come into motion when they become mobile in certain social, naturally circumstances. In other words, frontiers moving outwards, forwards, or inwards, backwards, relative to a certain limited order, increasing or decreasing its space. In this way, the locales change, the uncertainty increases, as mentioned previously, the heterotopia of the frontier space. First and foremost, moving on to what a frontier is, this space that's formed as a result of borders being moved. And what is the difference between a frontier and a border? A frontier, it's not a line, it's rather a region forming the margin of a settled or developed territory. Everything that's beyond this margin is a free space, as it's usually termed, a territorial geographical area lying outside the integral region of a political unit. A frontier correlates only with one particular political entity, the border of which has come into motion. Everything that's beyond this margin, unlike what's on the other side of a border, there is a recognizable political entity. On the other side of a frontier, there is no political entity, this free space. A border is a clearly delineated line of demarcation between two or more politically constituted entities. Roughly speaking, states. It's also important that these entities, and I've already mentioned this, recognize this formality in each other, this integrity and political certainty. In other words, a border is a function of a state's organized political entity. It's the state, either legally or physically, that establishes, maintains, and enforces the border. The frontier implies, as was already mentioned, uncertainty on the other side, and the other side is an environment that implies a space of free competition where anyone who appears on the way of the frontier's advancement can become a competitor. Unlike a border where on the other side there's a well-defined adversary, enemy, neighbor, friend, crossing it means conflict with that other person, that other counter-agent. The advancement of a frontier does not lead to this conflict. So there's only competition rather than conflict, a competition for the resources of the environment on the other side of the frontier. Here, I guess I could deviate and talk about the difference between conflict and competition, this clash. That's tackled by Lewis Coser, for instance, who differentiate competition and conflict as a contest in running and a contest in boxing. When you're running, it doesn't matter who else is running, how many other runners there are. What's important is to come to the line first, the finishing line. In boxing, it's critically important who your opponent is, what they like, what they're doing, etc. In a situation of uncertainty, the uncertainty of the situation itself, this collision clash on the frontier, there's no common definition of the situation between the parties, because the other side, the other party, the one that's advancing the frontier, practically does not recognize any definite nature with the competitor. An example of an uncertainty being emerged at the frontier could be, for instance, we could go to the history of the Russian frontier, if we believe our historians. Russia has always had a frontier, a border with the West, in line with the definition that we just gave. Talking about the East and the South, starting from the 14th century, from the monastery colonization, and later on, we would have frontiers rather. An example from the advancement of the frontier advancement eastwards that's well illustrated. It illustrates this uncertainty, this ambiguity, this, for instance, a shirt or an oath of allegiance in the eyes of Moscow was not a mutual treaty. It was an oath of allegiance that a non-Christian people took to their Muscovite sovereign. The usual procedure was for one or more local chiefs to swear an oath of allegiance on behalf of their people in the presence of a Muscovite official. Moscow always endeavored to ensure that such an oath of eternal obedience to the great Tsar was made in accordance with the native customs of the newly sworn subject. What was called by the Oath of Allegiance for the locals was a confirmation of a peace treaty with peoples that they didn't know. And they projected the structure of their tribal and decentralized community onto this little known people. What was attributed for the Russian authorities was a trade deal for the natives. I pay you a salary for extracting, well, for getting furs for me, versus I sell you the furs that I have hunted down. The equivalence of these positions is possible exclusively under conditions of a monopoly on trade. In the space of the frontier, I'll reiterate, different realities from both sides are constructed and combined. This situation can result in both a compromise and a defined conflict. Since the frontier is a space of an encounter with the, well, it might work out both ways. Encounter is hard to translate into Russian, but it's a good term with the undefined, with the other, possibly organized, but organized according to its own as yet incomprehensible pattern or template. The frontier presupposes a less formalized mode of communication at the level of mastering rather a cultural pattern rather than a rational or political dialogue, including the pattern of political culture. But cultural, symbolically shaped models, less defined, expressed not in terms of rational organization, but in terms of values, traditions, ideas, are not the only ones. In an age when symbols not only replaced reality, but became reality themselves, to understand symbols meant to understand reality. This is where the unique role of translators and interpreters on the frontier comes from. They would participate actively in this research of these cultural models. What happens with the frontier later on? Well, gradually, the factor of time, of course, here plays a key role. As frontiers advanced, it becomes a borderland behind the defense line. Then, as soon as there is a defense line, colonists and missionaries arrive. In other words, this increases the population of the so-called frontier men, the marginalized people, pioneers, and the arrival marks at least the beginning of the process of the regions, this new region's incorporation into a specific state. Its existence within borders. Then the military advancements of this, the direct military advancements of the frontier and the inclusion of a modernized army in the process increased economic, political, and military influence on the natives, and the government starts to turn to political tools. So the introduction of laws, institutions, social institutions, economic incentives, co-option into the elite and the army. Efforts to change the very way of life, cultural patterns of the natives becomes a conscious policy of the state. In other words, the frontier is a process that involved the expansion of one world and the disappearance of another. If not it's a complete assimilation, at least it's accommodation. Thus, the frontier was a space where different cultural patterns meet, having a chance to build a common world. But since there are no fixed definitions, initially common concepts, this world looks different for the sides that meet. Eventually, the cultural pattern, the political organization of one side begins to dominate, but this, of course, as I've mentioned already, takes time. A unified world largely created in the image of one of the parties emerges only after the frontier first becomes a border, an affiliated territory, and then completely gets absorbed by one of the interactive entities. Another variant of turning a frontier into a border is a collision with another frontier, which has been promoted towards it, advanced towards it. In any case, well, the Eastern Russian frontier in some of the areas collided with the Chinese frontier that was being advanced in the opposite direction. In any case, the advancement of the frontier, the existence on the frontier, forms a specific cultural pattern and a specific type of personality, the bearer and embodiment of this model, the pioneer, the frontiersman. In sociological literature, they called marginals. It's not just a place or a population, but a process of social change, a particular social practice, a visible process of mutual impact between the physical environment and social institutions, such as, well-known American researcher Frontier, Mr. Turner, said that these basic institutions are power or government, economy or business, education, and religion. The essence of all four on the frontier is freedom. Under the impact of the frontier, the following disintegrate and simplify all these four institutions. So at the level of religion, these are probably religious sects. At the level of business and economy, we're talking about the psychology of a borrower, a debtor, unfriendly, suspicious attitude to banks, spontaneous growth of authorities, spontaneous, I will highlight this, rejection of restrictions, decentralization, in other words.
The marginal on the frontier is a bit different from the marginal in general. The marginalized between the borders and the marginalized on the frontier are completely different kinds of marginalizations. In other words, a cultural hybrid, a person that lives and is closely bound by the cultural life and traditions of two different peoples, as Park writes about them. Such people are on the border of two cultures and two societies that never fully interpenetrate or merge each other. These are the people doomed by fate to live in two societies and in two not just different but antagonistic cultures. And as for this kind of marginalized individuals, they're characterized by roughness and strength, combined with acuteness and inquisitiveness. They have a practical, imaginative mind and ability to quickly find suitable means for their ends. They have an ability to make sense of the world of material things, a lack of artistry with a penchant for spectacular competition, recklessness, excitability, vigor, predominant individualism, which may be both good and evil, their vivacity and enthusiasm that comes with freedom. All these are features of the frontier, or traits produced by the existence of the frontier. Another perspective, not as much from those that move the frontier, but from the perspective of those that observe and control this movement of the frontier. Here I will quote Edmund Burke's speech in the Parliament, a speech on reconciliation with America from 77. If you cease to reap the land, what is meant here is the land that the people were conquering from the environment. What will the consequences be? The people will occupy it without rewards. They will see vast plains, boundless, abundant, level meadows. There they will wander without oppression and behave according to their habits. Soon they will forget the government they have renounced. They will become hordes of English Tartars, and they will pour into your unprotected frontiers. They will become masters of your governors and officials, your tax collectors and auditors. Your slaves will go over to their side. Such will be the outcome of your endeavor to preserve for the wild beasts the land which God, as it is written, gave to men. To conclude this presentation of the frontier, I see that my time is running out. I have 1 minute only, but I will try to use it anyway. I want to go through the main paradoxes of cultural conflict that arise when frontiers are on the move, when frontiers are revitalized. It concerns the situations when the previous customs and habits also change. There are 5 such paradoxes. Paradox 1 is that conflict situations are so ubiquitous and everyday, our everyday life is full of them, and we work out our own style of resolving these conflicts or living with them. Anyway, when conflicts arise, they happen, and they happen suddenly despite all of our habits and all of our styles of behavior. Paradox 2. Conflicts are thought to occur due to intolerance to something alien, to something unusual. But it can just as well arise due to increased tolerance that also takes us by surprise at times. There is a lot of research about it. The most eloquent example is provided by American researchers Lukyanov and Haidt. They researched American universities and their campuses, where they showed that this increased tolerance is aimed at professors and catches them unawares. The professors face the situation sort of vengeful defense, where everyone has to think twice before saying a single word. Paradox 3. Conflict can be explained as a clash of incompatible perceptions, differences, but sometimes conflicts become consequences of identical positions, of identical stances. I won't speak on length about the counter-finality, the reverse effect of the situation. It is well researched. Paradox 4 is very well described by Simmel, a famous sociologist, especially in his work titled Man as Enemy. He shows that what gives rise to conflicts are not the relationships between enemies, but on the contrary, the relationship of kinship. And paradox 5 is due to the fact that contemporary conflicts, cultural conflicts, because of the uncertainty we live in and the uncertainty of frontiers, arises not only from xenophobia, not only from the hate towards everything alien, but also from the opposite phenomenon, oikophobia, the hate towards our own. Okay, I think I will stop my talk here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for such a great talk. Any questions, please, or comments? Paul, please. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. And Svetlana, thank you very much for such an amazing talk. And I think that I agree with almost everything you said. I just wanted to suggest another perspective maybe, and to hear your reaction towards it. I think that among everything else, well, I thought that at the beginning of a talk, you were focused on what happens when boundaries disappear and then emerge again. But as for the previous stage, when the frontier little by little is turning into a border, I think you also mentioned this. I'm thinking about it sometimes in the following way, and I was wondering what you think about it. I feel like we can talk about borders as multi-layered. If we talk, for example, about the east of Russia, we can show the border of the region economically, like politically, administratively, and all of these lines will be different. So I think the main goal for the 17th and 18th century of the Western world, and for Russia later in the 19th century and in the 20th century, to do everything possible for these borders to coincide with each other. So that's what I've been wondering, this transition from a frontier to a border. I mean, I think we're on the same page, more or less, about what the phenomenon of frontier is. Do you agree with this take on it? Yeah, I see your point. I just didn't have enough time to elaborate on it. The emergence of border out of a frontier. First of all, for it to turn into a border, it has to stop. The movement has to stop. For as long as the frontier moves, it cannot turn into a border. I mean, even the physical movement can stop, like it can stop moving along the territories. as long as the frontier faces a kind of a halt, for example, another frontier that moves towards it, stops it, or it reaches the ocean bank, the shores, then the question emerges about the political control over the territories. The frontier becomes a kind of a political line, a political boundary. The movement of the frontier became part of the national culture, but even if this movement stops, it doesn't mean that the cultural or the symbolical movement stops. The movement can continue through other means, for example, economical means. A lot of researchers wrote on Frederick Turner's text, elaborated on that. A very important text about the American frontier. In Russia, we also had such publications, although they had less impact on historians, unfortunately, and on our perception of the border. I think you highlighted a very important point. As the frontier turns into a border, it has to go through a number of iterations. So it does not happen momentarily. The first thing is population. The territory has to be filled with people, the people that correspond to a certain cultural sample, so to speak. The frontier turns into the border insofar as the political coincides with the territorial and the cultural. So as soon as these three things are in congruence along the stopped frontier, then we can talk about the emergence of the border, a clear, defined, unambiguous, which is controlled by someone, by the state, by the government. So that's how I would answer your question. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Thank you very much for such an interesting take on this topic. I am curious about the fifth paradox that you highlighted, that the conflict can emerge from oikophobia. Could you please elaborate on that? Well, it's very simple. It's analogous to xenophobia, which is hatred towards everything different. Oikophobia is the term borrowed from psychiatry, which means the fear of the patient. The patient that is discarded from the hospital, the fear to go back home, or the lack of desire to go back to the usual, to the normal, go back home. Or fear of everything that is associated with this person, himself or herself, with their identity. So that's basically the rejection of the usual identity, movement towards something new. That's the transition into marginality. And which conflicts arise at this point? Well, if we look at it at the individual level, people start to experience conflict with their own identity, with their identity attributed to them. By Hoffman, it's the lack of desire to execute certain behavior, the rejection of these modes of behavior despite what is expected from you by the society. Galina, please, your question. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Svetlana, thank you ever so much for your talk. That was very interesting. Conceptually, your model was very transparent, but I feel like they're not free from the historical context. On the one hand, it is not imposing itself, but on the other hand, it does impose its own epistemic effects. I have a question about what happens as a result of this kind of historicization of the frontier, and how does it influence the frontier? Of course, you as a sociologist, I think, is not that interested in the situation of the 14th or the 17th century, but how does it influence the possibility of movement for the frontier, for the border? This is the first part of my question. And the second part is related. It builds on that too. We know that the relationship between what is said and what is kept silent influences the production of meanings. And it is a very important part of fiction, of poetry, of prose. How do you think it influences the contemporary sociology? Galina, thank you very much for these two questions. As for the first question, here indeed, I see this historical context, as you called it. I like, actually, I like the term material more. This is a kind of empirical material, kind of data that we can work with, analyzing it, generalizing it, not as historians, but as sociologists. So I quote this material not to show the connections between how it was and how it is now, or how it is moving. These are not my questions. I see it as material for sociological conclusions. I see it as texture which is documented by historians and most likely checked by historians. So again, this is just empirical material for me, first of all. As for the unspoken, this is exactly the background of uncertainty that I'm talking about, and it's unavoidable. This is the background that emerges with every kind of movement and lack of any statics. This is why, it is the essence of the whole discourse. There are a lot of meanings that are hidden, that are unspoken. And the same is true for the development of social situations and phenomena. So I think maybe not all of my colleagues will agree with me. Many of them are more leaning towards positivism, but my work is about documenting as many of these background index details, as many as possible. Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions, comments? Well, if that's okay, I would like to ask a question. It may sound naive, but anyway, I think that besides comparing different historical areas, which is very interesting because these are different types and ways of colonizing spaces. What is curious here, besides that, I think we could compare the American frontier and the Russian frontier. And you have said already that this is the very experience of living on the frontier, proclaiming new borders of the state that influences the national identity. I don't even know how to word this question, but unlike the American colonization of the space when huge numbers of pioneers were moving towards the West, in Russia, we were living in the paradox. People were attached to the land. It was impossible to leave freely and to occupy new plots of land, new areas. So on the one hand, it's about reaching for freedom. On the other hand, it's about the lack of the thereof. We know that only the Stolypin reform allowed a huge number of peasants to go into Siberia and colonize it, albeit partially. How does this paradox influence our national identity? What do you think? I mean, the frontier itself is similar in both civilizations and both cultures, but I think the specifics of its existence is very different, although actually we are talking about the same historical era.
A similarly simple question, and I'll give you a similar answer. There's no identity. There's no frontier identity because frontier people are one identity. The peasants, serfs is a completely different identity. That's why even still, as you'll know, Kazakhs wouldn't associate themselves as represent themselves as Russians because these are completely different identities and they presuppose the impact of the frontier. There's no contradiction to me. Irina, well, you're right, but you said when a border is established, when a state starts to include the frontier into its structure, the trend of the state is to unify to varying degrees of success. And in this situation, well, Russia, with a very rough political regime, could we be talking about a multitude of identities, diversity of identities in the current context? Svetlana, there's no attempt to turn everything homogenic. A cultural pattern is not about making things identical. If everybody's speaking the same language, if everybody abides by the same set of laws, if you have the same political and economic institutions and even religious ones, it does not mean necessarily that identity is the same across the board. It does not guarantee that at all. These are nuances that are expressed at the frontier, first and foremost, both for the Russian and the American frontier. And there's various comparison studies from Mikhail Khodorkovsky, for instance, the other Mikhail Khodorkovsky. Yes, let's highlight that. The historian, not just him. They're talking about the spirit of freedom. It's there both for the Russian frontier, the same way as it's there for the American one, but it's expressed in a different cultural type. But the essence of this person, of this personality, remains. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's why social institutions at the frontier have certain specific features compared to if we were to look these newly added territories that first become a periphery, then they're drawn towards the center. Their establishment within the borders happens gradually. At the frontier, it's accepted to use such tools as various types of incentives, bonuses for right types of behavior, all sorts of carrots or cookies, as we say in Russian. The cancellation of these carrots witnesses testifies to the fact that the territory of the frontier is ceasing to be a frontier and is transitioning to being a border. As one of the governors of a Siberian city said, they cease to be new. These newly added territories. That's why he was cancelling all of these incentives and bonuses. Thank you so much. Do we have any further questions? Svetlana, although if we look at toponymy, an ex-territory that used to be a territory maintains its toponyms. It usually maintains the word new. New England, New Zealand, New Spain, New Russia, Novorossiya, etc. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, and moving on to the next presentation. I'm handing the floor to our second speaker, Alexander Filippov, High School of Economics. The paper is entitled The Horizon of Empires in Space and Time, Sociological Premises of Everyday Communication. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi. It's a great pleasure to be here today. It's important to discuss the topics that we're tackling because it's an old topic for me. I'm going to come back to that in my paper. It suddenly resurfaced as a hugely relevant one, and it turns out that in one way or another, colleagues that work in adjacent topics, we usually have some kind of unplanned debate. And I guess this is going to be a similar case today. My paper is going to echo what Svetlana was saying, but in certain points we will disagree because I have a different type of conceptualization. In this presentation, I will focus not so much on the results of specific studies, but rather on methodological matters. It's going to be rather dogmatic. The topic of empire has become particularly relevant in recent years, and for me, it has a special importance. About 34 years ago, in 1990, 1991, I discovered the concept of an empire, not just a problem of a large state, but a global empire. And I wrote several papers back then, one of which was published just before the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was important to me because I thought to view the Soviet Union as a large empire with universalism built into its design. The Soviet Union looked like a state among other states, but just a very big one. In a few years before its collapse, I'll remind those of you that know and share this with those that don't remember this. A few years before its collapse, it was increasingly and critically talked about as an empire. It was said that the empire, as all others, must collapse simply because the time of empires has passed. In my turn, I didn't see any connection between the fact that the Soviet Union was an empire and that it should be destroyed as quickly as possible. But I didn't have any specific arguments to keep the Soviet Union from destruction. This just became an incentive to start my work. Compared to my older results, I've not progressed too much, but I did make some progress nonetheless. And I would like to introduce you to the background of my personal research, and then I'll add what I consider important now and in connection with the topic of our conference. Perhaps the most important for me was, on the one hand, the development of a more general theory, which, following Georg Simmel, I called the sociology of space. The pathos of sociology of space was not only theoretical, but also polemical, because in the spirit of the spatial turn, the spatial shift common in humanities in those days, I didn't know about. I came about it later. The space turn I knew when I made it myself. I insisted that space matters, and that sociologists are wrong in neglecting space and being more concerned with time. It was then that I wanted to challenge the main points of the eminent sociologist Nikolaus Luhmann, who believed that space and territory have lost their former importance. He said that we live in a world society, a global society. I used to speak of a global society. Now I prefer the term world society that has no territory, no borders. So all the old notions of social sciences that originated in classical European political philosophy no longer work. They were tied to the notion of a territorial state, so the concept, so the image of a territorial state. If not a state, then some other kind of territorial political entity. Such states still exist. I'm retelling what Luhmann thought, but they are becoming a thing of the past. World social systems have emerged, such as economics and finance, news, science, and much more. So they all have no territorial boundaries. They all consist of communication, and a system of communication that cannot be placed, it cannot be localized anywhere, like something in a bank. It's an event. Communication is an event in time. Sociology should be oriented towards time, not space. So systems made up of events have no spatial boundaries. They have what Luhmann called horizons of meaning. And here I must touch upon a very difficult topic. What is a meaning, a horizon of meaning? Instead of giving a strict definition, I'll be rather descriptive. It's the when. A meaning horizon is when an event occurs. Its meaning is revealed through its relation to another event of the same kind. For instance, economically, in an economic system, payments refer to previous or future payments. News refers to previous or the expectation of future events, and so on. The world society is such a vast and so on, the horizon of all possible communications. And note that there are no boundaries here at all, with the exception, of course, the boundaries between systems. And when I wanted to challenge Luhmann's approach, the reason I wanted to do that was not because I'm just a lover of arguments, but I thought that he was wrong in his social intuition. I began to argue that space and boundaries in space matter. And beyond that, I discovered a more remarkable thing. When we talk about states that control their own territory, so they have a delineated border. Borders are easy to spot. One state has ended, another has begun. In between are mutually recognized borders. But when we talk about vast empires, we found that they have historically often been viewed, at least from within, by the leading forces of those empires as potentially the entire world. That is the world as it was known then when the empires existed. At any given moment, they failed to be universal. They expanded and contracted, but the idea of this universality of worldliness was part of their structure, of their design. Therefore, they did not have borders in the same sense in which a state has them. They only had horizons. That is, the world society has horizons, and the empire has horizons. That is, limits which cannot be precisely defined, of where the desire to take control, to plan advancement, to establish one's law and faith can extend at all. It turned out that the Soviet Union, like, for example, the Holy Roman Empire, although, well, the German nation, at first glance, it was an ordinary state, just a very big one. But as an empire, it had the entire world as its horizon. And recall the image, the hammer and the scarf of the Soviet Union, and the globe there integrates all of the continents essentially. And the motto was that sooner or later it will be the entire globe of the Soviet Republic. And this existed till the very end of the Soviet Union. And it turned out that horizons can be understood very differently as horizons of the meaning of events in the world society, as with Bloom, or as horizons of the spatial expansion of imperial power. As I thought we could conclude from analyzing the Holy Roman Empire, the Soviet Union. Luhmann, by the way, partly agreed with this, but believed that the world society structure was more effective, and they both had horizons, but the Soviet Union lost to it. If we now delve into the notion of boundary itself, we'll see that the modern conception of political boundaries implicitly confuses three dimensions of meaning. It's the first dimension. It's a boundary more or less clearly drawn on the Earth's surface. A divide, a boundary, to divide the concepts of boundary and a border, going back to the paper that we heard the day before yesterday. And it's there to divide territories, uniting territories, I agree with that, and presenting certain difficulties for the movement of material bodies along the surface. For material bodies, including, and first and foremost, perhaps, human bodies. Then it's a political boundary, dividing bodies according to their powerfully dominated bodies. Sorry, my computer is making some sound. The legitimate violence, as it was termed. And number three, it's a symbolic boundary dividing those located in territories according to language, culture, and other intangible criteria of identity. A border can be a unity of all three dimensions only when there is another political unit beyond one political union as a community of solidarity, a political unit in a unit of solidarity. But this is not always the case. A culturally homogeneous community within the political boundaries separating one state from another is rather an exception, a temporary one, but one that has left its imprint on the entire conceptual apparatus of social sciences. Until science began to speak of a global society, it spoke of society, but in fact, it meant those who lived in their own states, i.e., a nation state. And as it became clear over time that very different people can live on the territory of a state, different in language, in the length of stay, the sense of solidarity with other permanent residents, there was even an idea to consider the social community as the core of society, society itself, what Parsons called the society community. And this is an idea. Everybody else who arrives, migrants, relocants, everybody else undefined, they're added to this. And this is an idea that seemed to be a thing of the past with the development of international communication, of world society. It suddenly becomes relevant today.
What seemed obsolete? The idea of the community, and even more so, the idea of empires that preceded the nation states. It turned out that huge states in the 19th century and in the 20th century preserved the characteristics of empires even in the heyday of nation states. We know of several such states in the 19th century, but whatever they are called, we need to be careful and cautious when studying them. We need not to confuse the empire in a more precise understanding of this word and the states that have empire-like politics. The last third of the 19th century is the time of the formation of international law based on mutual recognition of the borders of civilized states. The empires of that time declared their recognition of borders, but also maintained or transformed what might be called the imperial principle. What is this principle, and where did it come from? In the most general terms, empires have a different attitude to borders than states. Their borders are defined not from the outside and not by mutual agreement, but from within, not by recognition and not by right, but by self-determination. The main thing is what can be called the gap between the actual and the idea. The actual empire always ends somewhere. It goes no further than a certain border. If we look at historical maps, it is easy to see that the time of expansion is replaced by retreat, loss of territories. This is the kind of pulsations we see it. But inside of the empire, there are no borders, just the horizon, not the horizon of events, but the horizon of the possibility of political action. Here is a simple comparison. Max Weber said that a state is a union or a community of people that can successfully monopolize legitimate physical violence on a certain territory. He explicitly said that territory was included in the sign, in the symbol of the state. But can we point out the territory of the Holy Roman Empire, of the German nation? No, we can hardly define it as a state in this sense, even at the time of its greatest power. The empire we know as the British Commonwealth was organized quite differently, but even there, we do not find the solid boundaries within which the core, the societal community, lived. We don't find the core in the sense it was written about in the 20th century. It may seem that in the more modern era, whatever we might call great powers, there are no empires in this old sense of the word, and there can be none. There are only so-called civilized states which adhere to the same principles of international law, the principle of mutual recognition and the inviolability of frontiers. But this is not the case. With the weakening of the global society, the imperial principle comes into force again, namely that a large political space is a kind of world, a universe. An empire is a huge space like the horizon. Where does it end? At any given moment, wherever the central imperial power, the imperial elites, can still reach. But that is precisely the actual state of affairs at a given moment. And so on. This is the political spatial horizon towards which expansion will continue as far as resources are available, and as oppositely directed imperial power allows. I mean, the power of another empire. Around 80 years ago, a bit more, in 1940, the famous German lawyer Carl Schmitt tries tried to articulate this idea. Shortly before the outbreak of the Second World War, he tried to argue that there is an order of great spaces in which not equal states, but several large empires agree not to interfere in each other's areas of domination. After the war, this was the case, but this state of affairs was disguised by the creation of the United Nations with its principle of equal rights for all members recognized as states. In the second half of the last century, first came the successful struggle against colonialism, which resulted in a proliferation of states, but no recognized empires. The principle of a clear and distinct state border was interpreted in such a way that inside, in the container state, I like this term, there is the people as a societal community. The collapse of the Soviet Union was interpreted in the same sense. Like there are borders, and within the borders are peoples. Now we are witnessing, I think, a movement in the opposite direction. And the problem I am most concerned about as a sociologist in this regard is not at all that imperial elites are determining the orders of their actions far beyond state borders. This process is nothing new. It has been going on for a long while. But the point is that empires usually presuppose a great deal of social and cultural diversity, exactly because they are not states and they don't have the societal community. State borders are a cultural and political phenomenon. They do not appear and disappear in everyday communications simply because the actual constellation has changed somewhere. So it does not happen that way, that politicians change the border and the people settles there. Therefore, the meaning of a border for a participant in global communication, for a member of a local community, for a political activist, and for a member of the central imperial elite can be quite different. Let me repeat once again. None of the empires is a solitary community in territorial boundaries. It has a variety of what is experienced as a border in the expanse of the empire. And all this must be somehow connected with the meaning of the horizon that matters and allows us to explain the political planning and the behavior of the elites. People, cultural, political community, which is defined by its borders, can, as a state, because these are states that have fixed political borders, can actually contest the existing border. So the people or somebody on behalf of the people can say, our situation in the political borders is unfair. The borders have to be somewhere else. And this is what we see all the time. But the peoples or those speaking on behalf of the people, their claims are always local. States can be in constant conflicts between each other. This city belongs to us. This region belongs to us. Not, no, it's ours. These are always local argumentations. What is the difference for the empire? The empire doesn't know borders. In its eternal expansion, what is in the way are not just any people beyond its borders. I mean, it sees the world as what is beyond its power. And when it sees some people that do not agree with the behavior of the empires, then this group becomes a problem for the empire because the empire is universal and this community is local. But again, interpreted in this way, this is just a clash of a strong state with imperialist politics and a community which resists this. But there is a second problem. It is rarely spoken about, but it's no less interesting and important. I mean peoples inside of the empire. The localized communities. These are those that feel that they are part of the empire and they don't want to expand. They don't want any imperial diversity. And then they begin to pose a problem for the politics for the empire. Civil society may be a resource for the empire, it will turn into a problem quickly on. Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you very much for such an interesting talk. Any questions? I think. May I ask a question? Yeah, of course, Svetlana, please. I actually have a few questions. I will go through them. And Alexander, please choose whichever you're more interested in. First of all, you spoke about the horizon of the empire. Is it possible to call it the frontier if you mean that this horizon is somehow attached to the territory? Secondly, when we differentiate the state and a nation state, it seemed to me that in your interpretation, the empire looks like a state nation, rather, which existed from the Vienna Congress until the First World War. And thus it is contrasted with the nation state. The third question is for this diversity of imperial cultures. Richard Rorty, a famous American philosopher, differentiated cultural pluralism and multiculturalism. Again, in regard of the political communities, which is closer to the imperial pattern. And the fourth question, finally, is about the movement of these horizons. So if we take this triangle, territory, politics, culture, can we draw the conclusion that the imperial pattern is that of the territorial and the political horizon, whereas cultural differences here are secondary, or rather they are included into these frames? So, sorry, I have asked you 4 questions. As for the frontier, I'm constantly thinking about it. And I have just a temporary answer. I may rethink it later on. When we talk about frontier, I think we are rather talking about the behavior of specific people, some smaller communities, smaller groups. And I'm not sure it makes sense to talk about the political frontier. I don't think it works just as well. I understand through the descriptions of academicians what frontiers looked like in America when settlers wanted to occupy a certain plot of land, not to have anybody on the horizon, no neighbors. If they see a neighbor, they just move on. So that's the frontier that constantly moves, and it is connected with the horizon. The horizon, I think, has more to do with the political plans of elites, bigger ideologists. The second question, nation state, national state and state nation. Yeah, I think this is connected with huge states that started to be called empires in the 19th century, although the time of empires was over then. The Vienna Congress drew the line. No more empires. I mean, the Holy Roman Empire is non-existent, but then they found out that there are a lot of other states that call themselves empires. So that's what I referred to. And to allow time for other questions, as for Rorty, I wouldn't even argue with him because I need to remember the essence of his arguments. I think it will be counterproductive if I tried to answer you straight away. But as for the cultural diversity, whether it goes to the background in this understanding, yes, it is in the background, precisely because the cultural is not differentiated from the political. The political is always accompanied by the cultural. What I talked about and the essence of my argument is the merging political and cultural phenomena. Galina Erlova, please. Galina. Thank you very much. I also have a question about Horizon. In your framework, of course, if you don't clarify that, it seems that it's not relevant, but still, if we had to somehow clarify the term horizon in a receptive or like in Koselleck's terms, the horizon of expectations, what other word would you add to the word horizon? The horizon of what? The horizon? I mean, it's the horizon of empires in your account. You have just said that elites, first of all, the political elites, build this horizon. But if we take into account that it belongs to the imaginary to a big extent, who builds this horizon? Is it inscribed into the landscape? Is it inscribed anywhere, and should we keep posing questions to the landscape and its assembly or disassembly? And can we stay on the line of this horizon? Ayten Yuran showed us Timur Kibirov with his horizon. This red carpet on Bulatov's painting. What does it turn out to be in your framework? Yeah, I muted myself not to avoid any echoes on air. Yeah, as for the horizon, yeah, of course, if I add anything to this, the horizon of expectations, that's what I would say. Where did it come from? I found it in the theory of action by Luhmann initially. That's what I draw on. Luhmann and Koselleck, of course, interacted. They were collaborators. And the book that you're quoting now, The Past and the Future, was published in the series, the editors of which were Luhmann and Habermas. As for Luhmann, why was it called The Horizon of Expectations? This is the expectation of the future action. The horizon of events is the horizon of the events that may happen in the future, in principle. The place does not matter, but if we expect that our financial well-being can be influenced by the stock exchange somewhere else, somewhere far away from us, this is the great so on and so forth, this is the great etc. This is where the horizon of expectation is. So, I mean, Lumen is much more complex than this. Where is it all located? Nowhere. You can't attach it to a specific territory. And any empire looks like something that comes from the past because everybody has agreed that we have no more empires. But it still happens. It's still the empires reproduce themselves. For example, my horizon of payments now is territorially limited, although just a few years ago, this would have seemed absurd. So the horizon is reinterpreted. As for your question about the landscape, I think it becomes even more relevant in the light of it. Yeah, it is inscribed in the landscape because it is every time it is attached to a certain space. However much we try to separate the idea of the space from the physical boundaries, but still, we understand really well that when we say from Moscow to the faraway lands, these faraway lands are not in the North Pole. We know what their localization is, more or less. But, like, as another poet of the empire says, if we need that, we will reach other rivers and other plains. And we will wash our boots in the Indian Ocean. I mean, the empirical thought is built like that. It is still attached to the landscape.
Apologies, we have 2 more questions to tackle. I just wanted to leave time for all of the questions. Apologies. I really hate interrupting you, but we've got Sergei Zenkin raising his hand, and we've got a YouTube question as well. Sergei, please go ahead. Sorry, I can't enable my webcam today. I'm a bit under the weather. Thank you so much, Alexander, for such an interesting conceptual presentation. And it echoes my own thinking on the matter because yesterday I was also talking about a world without boundaries. I didn't describe it as an empire, but as an archipelago. Listening to your presentation and your analysis of the empire, it seems to me that it's built from its internal perspective, the way it organizes itself, the way it perceives its boundaries or lack thereof. But there will be an outside in view on the empire as well. And it's not just important for science and research, it's important historically. And your brief remark really triggered my attention. You said that the post-Soviet Union, the late Soviet Union was perceived as an empire when it collapsed, and 2 ideological processes came together. I don't remember at which meeting of the Communist Party, I think one of the last ones, the new historical community, the Soviet peoples, the super imperial ethos came about that has no boundaries. And of course, it didn't mention the term empire. And another external pathos is the formula of President Reagan. He was talking about the empire of evil when referring to the Soviet Union. And this formula penetrated the Soviet propaganda. It let it through for debate purposes, and it was based on a story on the Star Wars, the movie, where there was a real empire of evil. And then the question, perhaps the naming the empire an empire from the outside does it not recognize the empire as such, as an important factor that sets boundaries for it, not territorial perhaps, but the Soviet Union did have territorial boundaries, but to a value or narrative boundaries, like the Star Wars Empire of Evil that was destroyed, and it has a direct impact on its status and its historical fate. Thank you. Alexander, thank you so much, Sergey. A very pertinent remark. I'm a bit at a loss for words here because there is a potential for an in-depth conversation here. But I'll start by saying, yes, of course, I constantly insist on the fact that that is an inside-out perspective, because from the outside, in a state era, it can't be perceived as a big aggressive state. A very telling story I can't really dwell on in detail, but there is this contemporary German historian, Herfrill Münkler, and he's got a book called The Empire. It's been translated into Russian. I think it's been released to republished as well. And a lot of what he writes really resonates with me, but he's got this outside in view. There are a lot of different criteria in terms of what the difference is between an empire, a hegemony, domination, etc. I can give you a very simple criteria to clarify why it's important to take into account this inside-out view and how it can be defined from looking from the outside. If you're looking from the outside at the behavior of the various states, you're always, in one way or another, at least in the political realistic tradition, you can talk about the fact that they have certain interests and they have their own planning, calculation strategies, etc. If you've seen certain behaviors that go against the interests the way you understand them, you say, oh, what could the matter be? And you try to look into the psychology of the various state leaders. And to me, it's an absolutely idiotic position that does not work at all. As soon as you understand that with a certain design of political life, at a moment that's internally important for planning the ideological space, could be based on completely different principles as opposed to national interest principles. So national interest of the state, you start to realize from the outside how it could have been planned from within. Answering the first part of your question. Answering the second part of your question, I have a suspicion that there was a big cultural political project where imperial would be opposed to republican. It's not just about an empire of evil, the empire of evil versus the republic of good. And the imperial project would be opposed by the Federation of Republics. And the same happens as applied to Dune as well. It might well work out in a way that the Republican project will exhaust itself and we'll see other interesting things come about, and the empire will stop being a stigma, perhaps, perhaps not. Irina, I'll read out the question and a concise answer from you, if it's all possible. To what extent it would make sense to add to this topology the empire state of the global society, such terms as the Empire Light, Empire 2.0, and is the EU a new empire and a new norm of an empire? And we would add the US to the conversation as well. Empire Light, Empire 2.0, EU, and the US as the new empires. Does that make sense? The US is definitely an empire. There's no doubt about it. We can compare the historical geography of the Roman Empire to, well, the changing boundaries of the EU. Of course, whatever they term them, it is an empire. There's nothing to argue about here with the US. it would be such a long answer. I'm not going to go into it. But answering whether it would make sense to add Empire Light and Empire 2.0, yes, it would. That's my brief answer, because the terminology that I propose is very rough. It's too dogmatic. It's too bulky and not sensitive enough, and it doesn't give us the possibility to offer differentiated descriptions. And this proposal to add these extra terms to it is workable and constructive. Thank you so much. At this, we have to wrap up with our Q&A, although the discussion is very interesting. It's really a shame to stop it here, but we need to be moving on. Our third presenter, Evgeny Dobrenko, Ka' Foscari University of Venice, Friendship of the Peoples Knows No Boundaries, Pragmatics and Rhetoric of Brotherhood and Soviet Imperial Imagery in the Poetry of the Peoples of the USSR in the Stalinist Era. Evgeny, the floor is yours. To stick to the time, I'm going to read. I just wanted to note that my presentation today, after the first two conceptual presentations that were presented today from our sociologists and philosophers, when I'm talking about specifying terms and concepts, methodological matters, my presentation is rather dedicated to the exact opposite. I'm trying to metaphorize rhetorics that serviced many of the concepts that were just being discussed. One of the latest memes to enter circulation not so long ago was the aphorism of economic historian Thomas Pueyo, who said that Russia is a country created for the defense of Moscow. Generally speaking, judging by Soviet films of the 1930s, the USSR consisted of two spaces, Moscow and the so-called periphery. Moreover, there was no internal space as such, because the periphery immediately passed into the border, the frontier that we mentioned earlier today. Soviet culture, they're no less sacred than the Red Square. In the 1930s, a whole flood of films about the border, poems, texts were created across different ages, including children's literature. It created the mythology and romance of the border, whose main characters, the border guards, the saboteurs, and the dog, are apocryphal characters of Stalinist culture. The border becomes a marker of the space of powers, a divider between the hostile and one's own. And the more dangerous the hostile is, the safer and the more protective is one's own. The security of one's own, of oneself, is ensured by its homogeneity. The rhetoric of brotherhood and friendship of peoples played a key role in it. Its heyday was associated with the winding down of the Trotskyist Marxist project of world revolution at the end of the 1920s. The international rhetoric of proletarian brotherhood was interiorized, turned on the Soviet peoples themselves, and ideologically repackaged for internal political and ideological consumption. Such a turn, firstly, was predetermined by the requirement to legitimize the Stalinist communist project. Let me remind you that while Lenin's main contribution to Marxism was the victory of the revolution, not simultaneously in the most developed capitalist countries, but in the weakest link of imperialism, and this position receives practical confirmation in the 20th century, Stalin's main contribution to the theory and practice of Marxism was the victory of socialism in a single country. it wasn't Stalin's idea per se, it came from Bukharin, but we're not going to go into that now. The latter directly contradicted Marxism, undermining its basic aspirations. The idea of a communist society, a society without class or national boundaries, required its materialization in the practices of the Soviet state. But just as the communist regime camouflaged in every possible way the ruling new class of the party nomenclatura, which undermined the class homogeneity of Soviet society, demonstrated in every possible way the national homogeneity of the Soviet Empire. It was a compensatory mechanism, if you will. This turn, secondly, was quite in line with the tasks of forming a new reduced identity of the Soviet people who were offered literature instead of sovereignty, in full accordance with the literature centrism of Russian culture, or broader, a national culture. The rhetoric of brotherhood becomes the basis of the culture of Stalin's big family, with the older brother, the Russian people, mother, motherland, and father, Stalin. The rhetoric, thirdly, of friendship of peoples, we talked about it. The border is the enemy of the empire. On the one hand, the empire is talking about expanding its frontiers. Its external borders are always frontiers and new possibilities for expansion. On the other hand, internal boundaries need to be permanently blurred. Both of these statuses are metaphorized. Number one, in the rhetoric of the Protestant internationalism, and the second one in the rhetoric of the friendship of the people. And I'm going to be talking about the latter. The rhetoric of friendship of peoples in Soviet literature grew from 1932 in connection with the organization of a unified union of Soviet writers, and it reached its peak in 1934 during the first Congress of Soviet writers. It finally took shape in 1936 with the adoption of Stalin's constitution, which proclaimed and legally justified the multinational character of the Soviet Union. It took at least 14 years from the 1920-22 declaration on the establishment of the USSR to the adoption of the 1936 constitution for the ideological rhetoric to acquire all the features of the literary canon. It's easy to see that the rhetoric of friendship was an inverted reflection of the hostile West. The world abroad is incomprehensible. It's a world of other languages, a world in which codes of communication are broken. The Soviet world, on the contrary, demonstrates an unprecedented communicative homogeneity, crossing even language barriers. An exemplary text of this kind was a collection by the classic of Ukrainian literature, Pavlo Tychina, The Sense of a Unified Family, 1938, which was awarded the first Stalin Award of the first degree. It's thus established a sort of a model. Tychina compared the unity of the Soviet peoples to a grandiose rainbow of friendship, and the only thing that distinguishes the peoples is their languages. Their difference should, it would seem, make unified speech untranslatable. But Tychina discovers a new quality in the languages of the brotherly peoples, the primogeniture in the depth of a foreign language. You touch it, even softer, it's getting easier and easier for you to give them up. But we remain with this essence in our hands. The horseshoe in a hand, it's stubborn, it's not bending, and then so all of a sudden a foreign word becomes a native tongue. A language is no longer just a means of communication. It no longer divides, it connects. The poet becomes a translator, and language acts as a medium devoid of form, consisting of pure content. It's not language, it's not just sounds, and not the words wandering. In them, you can hear the labor and the sweat and the agony, the living union of a united family. This is a metaphor for united, unified family, echoing the central myth of Stalinist culture, the myth of the big family that Katerina Clark wrote a lot on, is not by chance associated primarily with language, which ceases to be an element of disassociation, but becomes almost the main means of unity. The core of this unity becomes the main product of the national language, literature, while national languages themselves in the unified family are only different mediums, national in form and Russian in content, since all of their richness is revealed exclusively through translations into Russian. As you know, this is the time when a lot of the language has become written, and it all goes through translations of Russian literature into national languages, first and foremost. And I'm going to quote a small fragment from a letter to the great Stalin from the Chuvash people that was put together by a whole collective of Chuvash writers. There was a lot of text of the kind. There's a whole collection, a huge volume. The Stalin Constitution and the poetry and songs of the peoples of the USSR. Our language blooms and grows. It's a song that's upbeat, not sad. It became the language of the people and science and art, a book to our people, knowledge and cultural recollection. Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, these are they're now existing in Chuvash translations. There's Gorky, Tolstoy, Belinsky, Alexander Pushkin sounds in Chuvashian nowadays.
The main function of this language of friendship is purely tautological. It is about praising the friendship of peoples itself. It's a kind of meta poetry, great power, there is no one like you, singing about strong friendship. The poets sing Bakish, Akin's wandering gaps, and the air there is not cold, where poles are words are strong. The space on the other side of the border is heterogeneous. Soviet space is homogeneous. And again, the foundations of this homogeneity is found in literature. It becomes the main referent of the proclaimed friendship, and ideological tautology infects the poetry of all the other peoples of the USSR. The brotherhood of nations is sacred to us. The kinship of great cultures is sacred. Russian culture, first and foremost, holy as wisdom and the salt of the earth. Pushkin, Abayev showed that there are those whose gardens have been helped to bloom. Lenin and you, Stalin told us. From the address of the Second Congress of Writers of Kazakhstan to Comrade Stalin. Literature, being almost the only source of knowledge about foreign cultures, turns out to be the only unifying space. The poetry of friendship of peoples unites classical and Soviet literature into a single cultural conglomerate, so that Pushkin, Shevchenko, Rustaveli turn into Soviet writers of brotherly republics. They become the classics of all the Soviet peoples. The super-linguistic meta-language, understandable to all Soviet people, becomes almost the main theme of Stalinist poetry. Stalin and the Stalinist word become the medium that not only unites people within Soviet borders, but also makes these borders impenetrable to the outside world. Thus, the main unifying factor of multinational poetry was writing about the light of Stalin, where all the peoples of the Soviet country were united. Stalin is the creator of the constitution which enshrined the new national state structure, and his very speech about the constitution becomes a constantly repeated motive and is listened by all peoples. Here's a quote from Jambul. From the rostrum it sounds like a mighty drumbeat. The chiefs brilliant to report, Kazakhs in the steppes, Georgians in the mountains, Syrians in the forest, Belarusians in the fields, people trying to save every word. They're listening to Stalin's speech. Ownership of the Soviet space removes the issue of internal borders. The peoples inhabiting the USSR exist without them, facilitated by their linguistic universalism. Although Stalin's report was made in Russian, it is understandable to all peoples who have this esoteric supralinguistic code, communicative code. Their ideological knowledge is based on the removal of national differences. And many tongues azure his own native, like the mirror of a river reflected in any, but we live, we work, and we know the word Stalin. We speak the same language everywhere. By another classic of the Ukrainian literature, Maxim Rilsky. The very knowledge of the cherished word consists in the introduction to the Russian language. The merit of Stalin is seen in the fact that he did not only reconcile the previously feuding peoples, but also helped them to understand themselves as younger brothers of the Russian people. Paradoxically, the more national the Soviet nations become, the closer their kinship, finally reaching the stage where the national remained only as a linguistic ornament. In the end, the main task of Soviet multinational literature was to create a new all-Union Soviet identity, in which the ethnic was represented as national and the national as international. What was at work was the erasure of national boundaries and the complete homogenization of Soviet space that underpinned the Soviet imperial imaginary. It was based on the mechanism of constructing an ethnic identity with its simultaneous reconstruction into a international Soviet identity. This rhyming ideology was most clearly manifested in the new spatial dimension of the country in the 30s, depicted by Soviet poetry, in which the national is just a shade of a unified Soviet pattern centered in Moscow. The friendship of nations is interpreted not only explicitly politically, but also as a spontaneous natural unity. The transformation of history into nature, which according to Roland Barthes is the work of myth, happens also in multinational Soviet poetry. We see the same naturalization and metaphorization of political reality. Its product is a new ideological geography. Moscow becomes the center of the symbolization of power, which is warmed and humanized in every possible way in Soviet poetry. This sprouting of Moscow into the life of the brotherly peoples is best illustrated by a great poem by Demyan Biedny, The Native Land, where the Muscovite is dissolved in a heterogeneous mass, and he becomes not just a kind of a messenger of Moscow or of the Russian people, he becomes the embodiment of the universal responsiveness. Things are moving along marvelously. A Muscovite is at work here and there. He was raised by the Russian people, but among the Yakuts he is a Yakut. Among Ukrainians, he is a Ukrainian. Among Belarusians, he is Belarusian. There is no difference between us. We all merged into one union, going to one conquest, a solid wall, shoulder to shoulder. Muscovite has become a natural title. But this new geographical rhetoric finally was embodied during the war. The most famous poem by a non-Russian poet of the war era was Jambul's address, The Leningrad Residence, My Children. But this poem, Jambul, opened not only the theme of the Leningrad blockade, the siege of Leningrad, but also a whole stream of poems messages from the brotherly poets. The theme of Russia's kinship for the brotherly nations was prominent in all of these texts. "O Russia, Russia, I am your son, not your guest. You are my native land, my home. I am your son, flesh of your flesh, bone of your bone, and I am willing to spill my blood for you." By an Uzbek poet. By the Uzbek poet Hamid Alijan, who died during the war at the front. His poem is titled Russia. During the war, there was the demetaphorization of pre-war international ideology. The Soviet borders turned into unified borders. The previous borders between different Soviet peoples are abolished. I want to quote another example from the letter of the Uzbek people to the fighters of the Patriotic War. This is a genre that was very popular during the Second World War. Of course, it was these texts were written by professionals. This is a text by. This is the text from the letter of the Uzbek people. into the house of your elder brother, Russian, into the house of your brothers, Belarusian and Ukrainian, the German bursted. He brings the brown plague, hunger and death. But the home of a Russian is also your home, the home to all Belarusians and Ukrainians. You must not wait for the bloodthirsty robber to break into your street and neighborhood. You must drive them away from the threshold of your brother's house. After all, your street begins in Belarus, and the house of a Ukrainian begins in your neighborhood. The cries of the widow in the Crimea sharply drill your heart. The Union of Soviet Republics is a fortress with only one gate. In post-war Russian poetry, the rhetoric of friendships of people becomes increasingly centripetal. This is a very interesting turn that happened. Peripheral spaces serve in it only to highlight the center, Moscow, which is emancipated. Moscow becomes to represent the whole country. The periphery now marks not the border, but it refers to the center. What is interesting, however, are not Moscow texts, for example, by Demian Biedny, which I have quoted, which were produced at this time by Russian poets in huge quantities, but texts by national authors where Moscow is recognized as the mother not only of the Russian but of all Soviet peoples. Thus, in the poem by Uzbek poet Sheikh-Zadeks, Our Moscow, we read, "We all got from Moscow forever. Uzbeks just got the very word Uzbek. The ringing songs and the singers of old, the ability to read and write. Kishlaks, the strong steel, the honed sword." So Moscow gave Uzbeks not only songs, literacy, and water, but also the very word Uzbek. Having lost their ancient history, the Uzbeks were born anew. Like all other brother republics, growing from the ancient body of Moscow, which was emphasized in particular in 1947, when the 800th anniversary of Moscow was pompously celebrated. This rhetoric played an important role in the formation of pan-Soviet identity and formed the basis of Soviet patriotism, which was based on the division of the world into a homogeneous and nationless world within the Soviet borders and a hostile and internally nationally torn world outside the Soviet Empire, which is described with metaphors of brotherhood, family of nations, friendship, and other similar tropes. The notion which is key for this anthropology is the term boundary. Any polarization became an indicator of dangerous dissidence. Thus, the correlation between the modality of external and internal borders lead us to the conclusion that they were semanticized according to the principle of additionality. The more tense and the more opaque the external border was, the more homogeneous the internal Soviet space became. And vice versa, as soon as the external boundary was in motion, turning into a frontier, the internal boundaries were marked, and the disintegration of the imperial body began. Is it possible to draw such a conclusion from rhetorical practices only? I believe we can, because we remember that these practices had a pragmatic function, being typical imperial practices. In other words, in the case of borders, the principle of complementarity never worked. Inside a country where there is a cult of the border guard and sacred frontiers, brotherhood of nations can only be rhetorical. Conversely, where tolerance is cultivated, external borders are regulated quite liberally. The specificity of the Soviet Empire had two different factors. Pragmatically, it was following the classical imperial principle of similarity, domination, and hierarchy, and rhetorically, on the international, it followed the internationalist principle of homogeneity, political correctness, and equality. These two factors seemingly complemented each other, but in reality, one undermined the other. The space beyond the borders became increasingly homogeneous, while within the country the rhetoric of friendship was meant to conceal the classical imperial practices that in a political crisis inevitably led to the formation and emancipation of nations. Although Soviet poetry claimed that the friendship of nations knows no borders, the nations themselves knew where the friendship ended. The Muscovites, first the Russian Empire, then the Soviet Union, and now the Russian Federation, may have decided for themselves, like in the old anecdote, with whom to boredom, but this freedom is offset by the lack of control over which its constituent parts were willing to dissolve into organic rupture of friendship of nations, and which were ripe enough to refuse to participate in this gang rape by brotherhood. Thank you very much for such an amazing talk. Thank you very much for reading poetry. It was a great pleasure. Okay. I think we're going to take another 20 minutes for discussion. We'll be running 15 minutes late. I'm sure that there'll be questions. Galina, I think you must have some questions, please. Evgeny, thank you very much. It so happened. Sorry, I still allow myself a short preamble. My master degree students, for our course on the anthropology of the 20th century, where we focused on the term friendship. So my questions will stem from it. Within the Stalin's canon, if I understood it right from your talk, there is a differentiation between friendship and fraternity, but still, within this sphere, within this framework, how would you define this relationship? In particular, for the era you work in, any nuances, any details? Another question about the lack of the need of translation. In 57, the Festival of Youth was hugely reported on. Of course, it was not, it is beyond fiction. It's not poetry. I'm talking now about articles written about that. But later on in memoirs, also, it was reiterated that translation was not necessary. And I'm curious that you said that the translation had to be rejected because everything was clear. So is it the same phenomenon or is it something else? I mean, if we go beyond just the Stalin's canon. We have covered 18 narratives in our course, and there were 2 cases in it. 2 narratives, 2 stories, in one of which the respondent spoke about Belarus. I don't remember the other story, but the narrative itself was amazing. When they talk about international modes of existence, for example, serving in the army, the respondents felt it necessary to quote what nations their comrades belong to. And they also had to give them some characteristics, describe them somehow, like they were amazing people, or they had beautiful songs. So, do you think that the discourse about the friendship of peoples did the international relationships more difficult? Do you think that it devoid them of discursive resources for the description of the specificity of every ethnicity? In 1989, we see a fall in the usage of the term friendship in the Soviet media. The fall is around 60%. Of course, this is a very rough estimate, but still, we can see that this word ceases to be used so extensively as it used to be. So it seems that the term friendship indeed, for the most part, meant the friendship of the peoples. Thank you very much for your talk. Thank you very much for your questions. There are so many of them. I will try to do my best to answer. As for fraternity and friendship, of course, these words were used as synonyms and rhetorically too. Normally, when they talked about fraternity, they didn't mention friendship. I mean, these terms seem to be very different. The term fraternity used in context where the overall troop was somehow related to family. So when the nation, when the people were called a big family, that's where they talked about the fraternity. As for the indestroyable friendship of the people, normally, yeah, that was the word used. I have already quoted a few radical examples about a rejection of the national identity. For example, an Uzbek poet says, I'm Russian, my language is Russian, my identity is Russian, so on and so forth. And a Muscovite turns into a Yakut, into a Ukrainian, into a Belarusian, and so on and so forth.
This sort of transformation, so this is beyond friendship and beyond even brotherhood. When it comes to translation, that translation wasn't required. Of course, this entire rhetoric that has to do with overcoming language barriers, it's a very interesting topic itself. In Soviet poetics, it goes way back beyond the Stalinist era. On the one hand, there is an entire industry of Soviet translation that gets established, where translation was a whole factory of translations from all national languages into Russian, from Russian into all of the national languages, mutual translations, etc., etc. So it's a huge industry that came about around that time. It peaked during this time, and what constantly keeps being brought up is that translation is not necessary, because when you know the word Stalin, you speak in the same language, you speak in your native language, and then it gets spread on. And I mentioned this in my presentation. This is also a big topic. It has to do with Eastern Europe, the socialist Commonwealth countries. It's maybe not brotherhood, but it's a very close-knit friendship. The use of the word friendship declines towards 1980s, and this is very understandable. It turns into this ironic, almost anecdotal meaning when you read about what's happening in Vilnius and Karabakh and Tbilisi. We all remember all of these events that have been happening on a monthly basis. They would happen across the entire country. And then against this backdrop, to talk about a friendship of the peoples, this would sound anecdotal. I'm going to stop at this. Irina Svetlana, you have a question. Yes, I do. Thank you so much, Evgeny, for your presentation and listening to your paper. I remember this old Soviet formula to define the specifics of Soviet culture. It was defined as national by form and socialist, and sometimes communist by essence, by content. It seemed to me that in your paper, you focused not so much on the lack, not so much on the contradiction between the form and the content, but rather the unity, the need to demonstrate this principle was something that called for this national diversity. This principle could be extended beyond the boundaries of the Soviet country, this imperial horizon of that's uniform in content, although it does imply a certain diversity of national forms. It would go beyond the Soviet Union as a horizon. And this is where this vivid, largely artificial construct of national languages is rooted in, that later comes to the surface as an artificial construct, and translations into the Russian language is testimony to the fact that there was a national literature language. If something can be translated from this language as literature, in particular poetry. And this was perceived as a part of the national politics largely, in the same way as colonization of authority. That's what my question is about. Perhaps there is no opposition, but there is rather more of a complementary nature to these policies. Evgeny, yes, absolutely. What we see here is some things can be considered as a lot with imperial practices, whereby the function itself, the function of rhetorical practices is comprised in camouflage and real, actual political practices that actually define the unity and the consolidation of the empire. And very often these rhetorical practices are either, they're almost always compensatory in nature. They are almost always balancing. It seems like they are leaning on something that's the exact opposite, but in actual fact, they are playing this function that's very similar to those performed by imperial practices rather than, I don't know, national identity practices. And it can play out in this form of creating universal mechanisms for a subsequent consistent, well, roughly speaking, going back to what you were talking about, when a boundary ceases to be a boundary and turns into a frontier, going back to this idea, it becomes an acute state. This is what happened in 1940 when we have the Lithuanian Soviet Republic, Latvian, Karelian, Finn, the 16th that later ceased to exist, a republic. We're talking about the same way of multiplying national costumes, national cultures, national languages and literatures, etc., etc. So it keeps getting multiplied. Using a similar model, and these models worked as universal models, and the universal nature help them perform these imperial functions to unify on this empire unification. Thank you. Colleagues, we are out of time. If there are any questions still remaining, we could stay for longer. If not, we're going to thank our presenters. Thank you so much. We're going to have a break until 3 p.m. Moscow time. We're going to come back for the last session of our Bath reading. So we're going to continue to talk about the empire. The empire, the borders of the other. This is the name of our last session of the day. Let's take a break and let's get back at 3 p.m. Moscow time. Thank you so much again to all of our presenters.
and they're joining us today to share their expertise and share the results of their research on the borders and boundaries and edges. And I should say that this is the moment to test our understanding, our knowledge of the borders we have obtained during these 3 days of the conference, because in this session we have 3 different perspectives on the borders and on the way to discuss the borders. So we will have in the beginning 2 talks by Paul Werth and Matthijs Peltmans, more focused on historical or anthropological approaches to the borders. And then we will have Ilya Mavrinsky, who's going to present more philosophical, theoretical perspective of the topic. In a way, this session is a continuation of our previous session that we had this morning that was focused on the empires and frontiers. And the title of this session is The Borders of the Empire and the Borders of the Other. So we can compare how both political regimes or political orders and individual stories are interrelated in understanding of the border, of the edge, of the boundary. So in order to reserve as much time for the presentation and for the discussion as possible, I will just briefly introduce our first speaker, that is Paul Werth from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And the title of his talk is Russia's Enclosure, Borders and the Caucasus League. So please, Paul, the floor is yours.
Стоп, заставку пропустили мы. Сейчас полсекунды. Эфире.
Thank you very much. And because I had submitted a text originally in English, I'll use that language here, although I think that we can also use Russian for the discussion. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this conference. It's been very enlightening, and for the chance to learn from others. I suppose I feel a little bit like an outsider in the sense that I'm not an anthropologist or a literary scholar or sociologist. People have been thinking about these issues in more theoretical terms. And the society that interests me is modern, that word is in the title of the conference, is modern principally in a historical sense, that is in the sense that the 19th century is modern history. I will also add that a lot of what I have to say here is rather raw and undigested. It's based on some very preliminary research that I was able to do in the Caucasus this last summer. And it's part of a mostly synthetic study that I'm writing on the history of Russia's borders over several centuries, perhaps as many as 7. And I call that study Russia's Enclosure, a history of the world's longest border. And I'm using the word enclosure here in the sense of обособление, as is in the title of the paper in the Russian version, but also ограждение, отгораживание, and similar ideas. And this is based partly on the idea of what Charles Mayer, a historian at Harvard, has called the great epoch of enclosure across the 17th and 18th centuries. And for Russia, I would take this into the 19th as well. And the book from which that idea comes, Once Within Borders, is one that I recommend to everybody here. Right now, I'm trying to finish a book on a territorial history of Russia, which explores Russia's territorial scope across those same last 7 centuries or so. So I've been focusing mostly on that. My points today concern principally the border of the Russian Empire in the Caucasus. That's where I had the chance to do some initial archival work. And I'm really covering the period from the Treaty of Turkmenchai with Persia in 1828 until the early 20th century. Turkmenchai seems to have been a critical moment for the emergence of a certain kind of state consciousness about the border, at least in this region. It might be part of that process of moving from frontier to border in the sense we talked about this morning. And for the next century, at least in the east of the Caucasus, this was a very stable border. The border with Persia essentially didn't change. and is more or less the border between Azerbaijan and Iran to this day, and Armenia. It changed a little bit more on the other side with changes in 1829 and the inclusion of Ardahan, Batumi, and Kars in Russia in 1878. And I can bring up a map if people need it, but I have a feeling that this group is well-versed enough to sort of have a picture of what this border looks like going across the South Caucasus. And my initial, in approaching this problem, my initial inclination has been to try to understand this border, in effect, ethnographically. I draw some inspiration from fellow panelists, from Matthias Pelkman's work on the ways in which rigidity and flexibility of borders are sort of connected. Madeline Reeves was to be here with us earlier. She's not now, but the difference, I suppose, is that my work is mostly historical. That is, it's focused principally on the past, at least at this point. And I fear that what I have to say might seem narrowly descriptive at this point, but actually in the first instance, I'm old-fashioned enough to think that we have to listen to what our sources actually tell us. And that's been my goal in this first stage of the research. So I'm asking, what sorts of people, what sorts of problems do we see when we look at archival sources about at least this particular border? I would focus on 3 clusters or groups of issues related by these sources. Since time is limited, I'll pass over 2 of these very quickly and focus a bit more on the third. So one is infrastructure, and here I have in mind the structures that defined and constituted the border. And this goes actually back to the first day of our conference with some of the things that Ed Casey had to say. Things like border markers or their absence and what to do about that when they were not present. Things like ferries and bridges across the Aras River, which for a long segment was the main border there. These were the principal links, at least on land, between Russia and Persia. In other words, what to do when bridges were destroyed by floods, what to do about monopolistic practices among ferry operators. By the 1890s, we see, for example, Russian officials starting to prohibit the operation of water mills, maintenance, from operating at night because the noise was interfering with the patrol of the border. And finally, maybe something that I wasn't expecting is wells, or kolodze in that sense, that were crucial to maintaining the border in the so-called Mugan steppe, where there was virtually no water in the summer. And it's interesting, you just pick up on these interesting details that, for example, it cost 4 silver rubles to get you 1 sajan of depth in this steppe in 1848, but it was hard to find people who would actually do this work. So the larger point, though, is that the border was in effect a distinct infrastructural space. And especially over time, it was structures like these that made this space into a border. So in other words, what are the infrastructural aspects or attributes of a border? So that's the first cluster. The second cluster of things that emerged from the research I did was just a kind of catalog of the things, the commodities, but also animals that were going across this border. And I just have a partial picture, but I can point to some things. We see lots of animals going across this border. Nomads were moving with them all the time. I came across files about contraband camels, which I thought was actually very interesting. When Russia begins to construct railways in the South Caucasus, especially near the Persian border, there's a huge increase in the movement of livestock across the Aras River for the purposes of feeding the workers there, with slaughter occurring right on the banks of the river. We have, of course, various kinds of smuggling, and we probably only have a partial picture of that as well. Lots of other things crossing this border: grain, tea, kerosene, iron, cotton, textile, various kinds of metal, glass, porcelain, and also, very curiously, dead bodies were going across this border. I was not expecting that, but in many cases, when Persian subjects died inside Russia, they were transported back to Persia for interment in holy places back in Iran or Persia. So I was told in this conference to focus on cultural aspects of the border. So I'm submitting to you that dead bodies count as culture. So that's the second thing, basically various commodities, including animals. But I want to stop in a little bit more detail on the third aspect, or third cluster, if you will, And these are the various people that we encounter on the border. And I'm focusing, I would say, principally, though not exclusively, on the border between Russia and Persia. And my basic proposition here is that diverse actors, different kinds of people, they were all involved in scripting or writing parts of the border's history. So borders are, of course, in the first instance, the products of states and the actions of states, their treaties, their customs laws, etc. But in local settings, the state is nothing but the people who actually represent it, those people who actually embody it on the ground. And those people, of course, think and act in relation to others who happen to be present, and those other people accordingly help to make the border, even when we're talking about transgressions, a term that we've really come to love at this conference. So one goal here then is for me just to identify these actors and to flesh out, to elaborate on their contributions. Who are the people for whom this border had meaning? In what ways did they contribute to making that border? And as I noted earlier, even in subverting that border, whether it was by smuggling or by nomadic incursion, such people were defining, in effect, what the border was. So they were its authors, you could say, too. So very briefly, I'll just go through some of the kinds of people that we see. So we see various kinds of officials in Russia and Persia, in the Ottoman Empire. We see a whole series of power brokers, one could say. I would say especially on the Persian side. People like the Khans of Maku, local Khans, they from the Russian perspective, they caused all kinds of trouble. They controlled important transport connections between Persia and Russia. The Russian consuls accused them of failing to take measures to control Persian subjects and their attacks across the border. The Ottomans had a figure known as the Seraskir, essentially a military commander. In the 1840s, there were a number of Armenians who fled from Persia and then fled to Persia and then into Russia. And this Sekasir sought to have them returned to the Ottoman Empire as Ottoman subjects. And so there's a good deal of archival correspondence about these kinds of issues. Many of these issues, as the example I gave just showed, they required cooperation with officials across the border on the other side. And this maybe gives some credence to this whole idea of membranes, I suppose, the interactions across these spaces. But it was really hard sometimes to maintain good contacts with the officials on the Persian side, for example. The lines of authority were not always clear. Persia faced, as Russia did itself, great political instability in the early 20th century with the constitutional revolution there. Lots of issues concerning efforts. There were lots of efforts to avoid offending state representatives on the other side. So just as one example, according to a Russian border commissar in 1893, any suggestion to the Persian governor on the other side that there was anything other than ideal order was taken as a highly offensive personal affront or insult. And this made cooperation very difficult, if not impossible. What other kinds of local officials were present? We see quarantine officials, customs officials. We can put Cossacks in this basket as well. I have to emphasize this was really difficult and not very rewarding work. Officials on the border got a bonus after 3 years of service there, but only if they were working directly on the border. And even so, it was still hard to attract people to this border. So I'm trying to learn more about the culture and the demands of service in such places. We see figures like traders and merchants, lots of people conducting trade across this border. Contraband, of course, is a really big issue. It's quite endemic. We probably don't know the half of it. There were also people running steamships on the Caspian and ferries across the Aras River. And I have a lot of material about the efforts of these people controlling these transport connections to maintain monopolies and to force others, sometimes by violence, to use their services. By the early 20th century, we see lots of requests from traders and other local people to move goods across the border away from established custom points as a matter of necessity. For example, dealers in timber suppliers to Ottoman border points. It's worth noting, I suppose, that at early stages of this process, the 1830s and 40s, not everyone even seems to have understood that a border had actually appeared here at all. Even state officials at times had trouble locating it. A number of cases, state officials go out and they literally cannot find the border, and all they can do is ask local people, do you have any idea where this border might actually be? There were nomadic peoples, a couple of groups that I'll mention. There was a Persian subject tribe known as the Shakhsivanse. They generated all kinds of the usual prejudice against nomads that we see in sedentary societies. Their migration patterns took them across the border seasonally. They would winter at the lower altitudes on the so-called Mugan steppe inside Russia, and then they would spend the summer at the higher elevations in Iran. And Russian authorities considered trying to block this movement entirely, but there were other people then, our nomads, Nasha Kachetniki, Russian subjects whose patterns moved in the opposite direction, and Russia needed to be able to accommodate those people. And so the Shakhsivanse were accommodated. Russia tried to manage the movement of this tribe, but that, of course, then made Russia more dependent on the Persian side for monitoring, for disciplining, and so forth. And it's clear that even in the early 20th century, Russian authorities never really got a handle on this problem. There were also some borderland Kurds. They were listed as the Jalalinsky Kurdi, really right at the place where the Ottoman, Russian, and Persian empires met. They recognized the authority of no state, effectively, although they'd enjoyed the protection of these Khans of Maku, which was a local Khanate. And nearby, they were well-armed, they were ruthless, they made the lives of Russian Kurds miserable. They would enter Russian territory, set up wherever they pleased, and there was not a lot really to be done about that. I could elaborate further if people want to, but I'll say a word about migrant labor. There are also lots of migrant laborers increasingly with the growth of the oil industry in Baku, lots coming from Iranian Azerbaijan to work in that industry. Just one statistic from just Ardabil province, that was one of the provinces on the other side in Persia, around 17,000 Persian subjects were crossing the border annually as workers. And this also created the incentives for more consular services in northern Iran on the part of Russia. Also refugees, most often Armenians, but others too, fleeing famine in the 1840s. There's a group of Armenians who first went to Persia, then to Russia. The Ottomans tried to get them back. The Armenians didn't want to go back. They were fearful for their safety. In some cases, it's hard to tell exactly what's happening in all this. I think that Chekhov once said that brevity is the sister of talent. So I'm going to move actually already to a few conclusions that I am trying to draw from this very provisionally, but perhaps the discussion will bring more out of this. And I would offer four broad arguments or propositions at the end of this. One is, I'm repeating myself now, that the border in effect had multiple authors, that lots of different people were involved in making the border what it was. They were operating at various levels in different countries. This makes it really hard to produce a coherent narrative, I think. I have some real challenges ahead of myself in conceptualizing agency, I think, but it does make for some very interesting stories and observations. So that's my first conclusion, provisionally. The second is that the middle half of the 19th century, so roughly maybe from the 1830s, maybe as late as the 1890s, but perhaps the 1870s, that middle half century seems to have really been the critical foundational era for the emergence of a border in this particular region, in the sense that we think about borders now. We can argue about what that is, I suppose. I wrote a book recently about the importance of the 1830s in Russia, and the year 1837 in particular. And the research here actually seems to be confirming the basic proposition. Just one example, the customs and quarantine system started working in the South Caucasus on the 1st of January, 1832. There was actually a special ceremony celebration in Yerevan that day for the opening of that institution. The creation of a distinct border guard coming out of the customs service in 1893 seems to me like a kind of culmination, and this is the entity that becomes the Soviet border guard after 1917. Quarantine and customs seem to have been the main lens through which borders were viewed in this region initially, then with broader and more general security considerations becoming more prominent over time. And what I would suggest is what we're seeing here is a transition from what, and this goes also back to our earlier discussion today about empires, states, and borders, transition from what Charles Mayer, whom I noted earlier, calls spaces of empires to spaces of states. And spaces of empire, if we adopt the language of horizonte or horizon that was raised earlier, it's a spatial imaginary that entails an extensive boundary region that presupposes further advancement. And this was the case, I think, in this region before the Turkmenchai Treaty of 1828. The spaces of states, in contrast, dating in Europe to a slightly later historical phase, featured stronger aspirations to erect boundaries stabilized by treaty, often on the basis of natural barriers such as rivers and mountains, and also the idea of establishing more pervasive and direct administration at home, that is bringing those various kinds of borders all into congruence, again, to go back to our earlier discussion. And I propose that this latter conception, the spaces of states, this spatial imaginary of states, this was coming into being over the course of the 19th century, or to adopt Kevin Platt's language from yesterday, or really drawing on James Scott, this Zomeo, in effect, was disappearing. The third point I'd like to make is that this border seems generally quite open and porous. Nomads just basically ignore it. There's lots of trade, both licit and illicit, going across it. The Turkmenchai Treaty actually allowed for the right of transmigration for border peoples. The Tsarist state, it seems to me, wanted to have a relatively open, though regulated border. It wants to encourage trade. It actually is even willing to take a loss in terms of customs. I'm reading about this now in order to get that trade. It makes exceptions to rules at times for the economic benefit of local residents. And it reveals, I would say, a certain aspiration for developing border infrastructure that connects with a view to both trade and safety. And the border seems really open in a comparative sense. Matthijs Pelkmans has discussed what I understand to have been a very close Soviet-Turkish border from the 1930s that lingers on in the minds of people much longer in the post-Soviet era. The anthropologists Caroline Humphrey and Frank Billet, in a recent book about China, they discussed the Russian border with China in terms of a major civilizational divide. It was symbolically represented by the near complete absence of bridges across the rivers that constitute that border. Even the Azerbaijan-Iran border today, and I think Aytan talked a little bit about this a couple of days ago, that's the same border of my story, Azerbaijan-Iran. This is a closed, barbed-wired border that I had the chance to visit this last summer. In short, it doesn't seem as though there's a sharp cultural divide or incongruence here in the way that there has been in some of the other cases. Again, the idea of membranes, Galina's idea about membranes, it seems to be as useful for thinking. And finally, the last point, I'm really not sure about this, it's very provisional, but I sense by the late 19th century and the early 20th, a growing sense of entitlement. Officials themselves seem to be suggesting this, that if the empire has a duty to protect its subjects, especially in the later decades, and a lot of the hostility that Russian authorities are directing towards these nomads and these Kurds, it was rooted in the concern for the security and prosperity of Tsarist subjects, mostly non-Russian ones, I'll note. Mostly they were Azerbaijanis, or they were Armenians, or they were others, even Kurds. And ordinary subjects, it seems to me, gradually seem to have picked up on this. In many cases, they seem to agitate for more protection. And another example I'll give is an inquiry in the State Duma in 1908, where a group of representatives from the region, they asked the government whether it was aware that Russia's border with Persia, and here I quote, has remained criminally unguarded by local authorities from violation of that border forces, subjected to killings at the hand of subjects of a neighboring state, and that those borders are not maintained at the level appropriate to the integrity and dignity of a Russian state. This was being asked of the government. It was not a rhetorical question. was the government actually aware of this? And so this quite quasi-constitutional system of the Duma era now made the Tsarist government at least somewhat accountable to its subjects, which I think is a rather interesting thing. I have to test for this more. And I'll note the flip side was that having a poorly controlled border, or I'm sorry, let me state that again, having a properly controlled border was the marker of an advanced European style state. So this was something that Russian authorities, imperial authorities were striving towards. There, I think I've taken 20 minutes, probably a bit more. I will stop there and entertain your questions. I thank you for your attention, and I will say that I'm happy to have the questions in Russian.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Fantastic. And we may have questions now or comments or praise, and after all, do not limit yourself. And I also encourage those who are watching the broadcast translation on YouTube to post your comments, and we really appreciate you interested. We may take your questions. So please, questions to Paul. Yeah, Matis, please.
Border of the Tsarist Empire, and yet some of the things that came to my mind were related to my own research, specifically 19th century. So basically, the southwestern border in the Caucasus with the Ottoman Empire, and I was wondering whether part of your research also focuses on the Muhajirstva or the Muhajiroba in Georgian, right? The kind of the large population movements that occurred from 1955, 50 till 1978. I mean, several waves, as it were, in which, of course, this border region also, became defined and, kind of started to transform, I guess, from what was more a frontier into more of a border, as you seem to suggest. And yet, at the same time, when I think about kind of the difference between frontier and border, obviously, on the one hand, this is a change from kind of a frontier area, which has more kind of a zonal connotation, right, where the power of the state ebbs away and then gives in to the power of another state towards a more kind of a linear understanding of borders. But then you get into the other kind of interesting thing, which is that, borders, they may divide, but precisely because they divide, they also connect, right? So you have this, kind of because they create differences, because, different things are possible on both sides, they actually also produce new forms of connection. And I think that this becomes actually quite clear, I think, in the post-1878 period, where certain subjects of the Russian Empire then seek refuge on the other side of the border, or what then becomes, as it were, the new border, and start to produce quite a bit of trouble over there, or at least that's what the Ottoman archives seem to suggest, that there was kind of a rise of conflict, basically, in the kind of the regions close to the frontier. So kind of groups with weapons, etc., who moved there and then started to to claim their own position, as it were, in those places, sometimes helped by muhajirs who happened to be quite high up in the Ottoman Empire. Anyway, the question that I'm asking, I guess, is, as you are seeing this change from a frontier situation to a border situation, which on the one hand is indeed the creation of more linear divisions and borderlines, do you also see the emergence of new forms of connection, whether, specifically in relation to this greater presence, let's say, of two emerging states?
Paul, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Yep. Sorry. Yes, these are really good questions, and population movements, I suppose, even relatively small ones, as well as relatively large ones, are things that interest me. The things I'd come across mostly was a case in the 1840s having to do with Armenians, and that actually was prompted principally by harvest failure, by hunger, and these sorts of issues, less kind of matters of security, although there was that dimension to the problem as well. So that kind of movement absolutely interests me. I don't know all of the examples. I don't know all of the cases, and I'm reliant on. Did I mention that I'm just starting this, right? So I'm fairly early on. I mean, I think the idea of dividing and connecting. I mean, I think that's exactly right. That's the way I've been thinking about this. And there is a book on the Austrian-Russian border called Vertrennt und doch verbunden. That is, I guess, divided but nonetheless connected, which is about exactly those kinds of connections that occur even in the midst of division, shall we say. The territories that Russia incorporated in 1878, some of which remained inside the Soviet Union, of course, some of which went back to the Ottoman Empire after the First World War. It does seem like a highly destabilized situation. My understanding is that for the Ottomans, this was nothing short of a catastrophe, that this was their principal war aim in the First World War. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the work of Güzde Çürüt, a Turkish scholar. I haven't finished that book yet, but I've read portions of it. And she talks a lot about exactly these kinds of issues. I mean, the ways in which, in effect, I think the Ottomans were sort of really put on the back foot there. I guess maybe what I would emphasize, and I'm not sure if this will quite be an answer to your question, but maybe it'll serve as a substitute for the time being, is that I think, a lot of the things that we've been talking about over the course of the conference, we're of course talking about ideal types. I mean, if we're talking about states and nation states and empires on the one hand, if we're talking about a horizon that's relatively open and a border on the other hand that's relatively closed, I think there are kind of aspects of, in any particular one situation, we see aspects of one ideal type and the other simultaneously. And maybe the more interesting thing, I suppose, or as interesting as anything else, I suppose, is the movement from sort of one ideal type to the other. Or what is the changing balance between those two different ideals? So against that background, I suppose what I would say is maybe how protracted, and maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but how protracted, how drawn out, how long that process seems to be over the course of the 19th century, partly because of the ethnographic complexity, partly precisely because of the movement, partly precisely because of the environmental conditions, in part precisely because of the distance from the center of the Russian Empire. For all of those reasons, this becomes a kind of slow, protracted, drawn out process. And it's all the more complicated, I suppose, by the fact that there are some losses that the Ottoman Empire has accepted, and there are some that it maybe has not quite accepted. And 1878 is a good example, I think, of one that it has not fully accepted. That's probably a sad substitute for an answer, but I know that there are other questions, so I'll probably just stop there for the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Galina Arlova, please.
Like to ask you about the paper infrastructure of the border from the perspective of ethnography in the archive by Anne Stoller, for example, or the anthropology of bureaucracy by Matthew Hall, maybe. How was the paper border constructed through bureaucratic documents? What role of papers play in border regulation? Did border nomads, local residents, and smugglers have their own traces in the documents? And thank you so much.
That's a great question, and I'm just trying to think through the material that I have in front of me. I mean, I think certainly I guess the voices or the imprints of I'm not sure if I like the term subaltern, but I suppose I'll use it here, of subaltern peoples. I mean, they're reflected perhaps indirectly in some cases. I mean, we do have some instances of petitions, or at least of the recounting of those kinds of people, and if we of people crossing borders, say for example. And in the case of officialdom on the other side of the border, we actually do have some diplomatic correspondence. Of course, that means governing people and elites and so forth. But nonetheless, we do have access to that in a wide variety of languages, some of which I don't read. A couple of which I guess I do, which I guess means Russian and French, if I'm to be perfectly honest. Really not much more than that. I've learned the Armenian alphabet. Okay, give me credit for that. I'm on my way. Getting started. Maybe I thought you were going to ask about, and when you started, and maybe you are asking about this too, is really in a sense the documentary regime. And this is something that I thought maybe I would have a better sense of than I do right now, sort of the documentary regime in terms of the degree to which things like, for example, passports, other documents were issued. And it doesn't seem like that's very prominent. I mean, I think one encounters that, but I have the sense that what I'm seeing principally is, if you will, a kind of economic regime where I think customs is really the main issue. And I have to say that along these lines, it's very interesting if you go to a source like Полное собрание законов Российской империи, and if you look, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, if they've done this, but looking at, I think the first series, maybe the second, I can't remember, the first series, you look at for Granitsa, and you don't really find very much. It's just not very much that's cast or conceptualized that way. But if you go to Tamorzhne, customs, then you get a massive amount. And so customs is really, and I think this is another thing that we also have to ask about. What are the attributes conceptually of the border at different periods? How is it sort of conceptualized? So my sense is that if we talk about the early modern period, which I would see in this respect as continuing into the 19th century, and perhaps even elements of it continuing into the early 20th, it seems like it's an economic border, perhaps first and foremost, which is not to say that you don't have places where documents are more important, but my sense is that there's a real distinction, and this goes back to another point that I think Svetlana made this morning about the distinction between the West and the East. In the customs regime, I'm reading a book by a young Russian scholar, Ganichev, about the customs in the 19th century. There's a really, really stark difference between the Western customs regime and I guess what they call the Asiatska Tamorzhne, which is basically the Caucasus and further east, where the Western one, it sort of fluctuates, but much more protectionist, much more concerned with the production of revenue. This is an important source of revenue for the Russian Empire. It's, I think it's second only to the tax on spirits. So it's a really important, I mean, depending on what stage we're talking about exactly. But in the Caucasus, Central Asia, China, etc., the Russian Empire is basically becomes, in some cases by design, in some cases almost by default, it becomes a proponent of free trade regions, free trade regimes. It is willing to lose money effect on the customs for the sake of gaining access to trade, and only becomes nervous about this when, with the construction of the railway across the Caucasus, there's a fear that so-called European goods may be able to make their way tariff-free from the south, right? So that's kind of a long answer, and I've gone off very much on a tangent, but did I mention that I just started this recently? I still don't have a good sense for the documentary regime, and I will be honest with you, starting out with this, it was really crazy for me to go to the archive before reading more than I had. But I found it difficult even to determine what exactly are the institutions that are really responsible for the border at different times. I don't have a really good sense for that. I learned about institutions gradually, but something tells me I'm probably missing a really important set of institutions because I simply don't know about them. Maybe somebody else does. I hope that helps. I said something halfway intelligent, I suppose. You be the judge.
All right. So I have a suggestion, as I don't have any other hands raised in the moment. So maybe we'll have all the presentations, and after that, if we will still have some time, we can get back to Paul's presentation, and because I myself have a couple of questions on your talk, but I really want us to not to overcome the time limits too much. So thank you again, Paul, for your wonderful talk, and we will have now another presentation more empirically focused, so that Matthias Bergmann's talk. Matthias is representing London School of Economics and Political Science, and the topic of the title of his talk is Names, Families, and Graves on the Edge of Empire. So please, Matthias.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much, first of all, for this wonderful invitation and the ability to speak at this very interesting conference. I'm sharing some slides with you, which just to illustrate some aspects of the topic that I will be talking about. I will be speaking in English. Questions could also be asked in Russian, but my own Russian has become rather rusty, let's say, over the past decades. One of the things that we have already been talking about, of course, is our different terms, right? The frontier, border, boundary, and these are terms that we can talk about more theoretically. One of the difficulties, I guess, is that the way that they are being used is not particularly stable. And this I'm saying because actually the quote that I want to start with, it uses the term frontier, but it's being used by a French scholar. And for the French, there's actually not a big difference between frontier and border, and which is maybe also why I resorted to the term edge in my paper. But anyway, so let me start my paper by quoting Pierre Vilar, a noted French historian of Catalonia and Spain, who famously wrote that the history of the world can be best observed from the frontier or border. Exaggeration or not, there's no doubt that a perspective from the edge of empire can provide unique insights. And in my talk, I hope to demonstrate just that, doing so by locating myself on the exact borderline between Georgia and Turkey, arguing that this perspective allows us to better understand the dynamics of ethno-national and religious identifications. These are issues that I have touched on in my book, Defending the Border, but here I want to push my understanding of how collective identities are historically structured. Let me begin with a startling observation I made on the border between Georgia and Turkey, an observation which is also the starting point of a collaborative research project with Georgi Cheishvili, a colleague from Tbilisi, for which we will carry out extensive field work this summer. So last summer, when I was strolling around on the graveyard of the border village Sarpi, I noticed that one of the headstones had been replaced with a new and ugly one. This was a true ethnographic puzzle. Why was a headstone from 1959, which looked similar to the one on the left, why was it replaced? And why did the new inscription refer to the person buried there as Shazia Memishishi, even though the original capstone referred to her with a different surname, namely Memishorli? Let me spoil the fun, as it were, by immediately offering some clues as to why this happened. Basically, the old gravestone had become unbearable to Shazia's older brother's family, with whom she had lived until she died childlessly at the age of 32. It had become unbearable because the gravestone had become unfitting. To villagers, the fez-shaped headstone symbolized Turkish origins. Some of the inscriptions had been in Cyrillic and thus problematically looked Russian. and the surname Memishorli suggested that the deceased belonged to a Turkish family. All of this was painful to her nephews and nieces, who identified as Orthodox Christians and as Georgians. It would not be wrong to cast this as an example of what Smolnik, Weiss, and Zabanova conclude about naming practices in these borderlands, namely that the shifts between Laz, Georgian, and Turkish endings in family names were a reflection of shifts in political allegiances. But this rather general observation leaves unseen more interesting questions. For example, how exactly did these shifts in allegiance come about? How were decisions to change names made? What kinds of names were chosen and why? Attempting to answer these questions can offer deeper insight into the nature of the border, the politics of state and empire, and in how personal names relate to collective identities. With that in mind, let me first offer a bit of background about the place and time of action to then zoom in on naming practices. The village Sarpi, at the time a mere hamlet, was incorporated into the Russian Empire in 1878. Links with the Ottoman Empire continued to be relevant, and when the area was swept up by conflict in 1910, most villagers fled to coastal towns westward, from which they returned in 1918 when the location was briefly occupied by Ottoman forces. An accident of history had it that in 1921 the new border cut the village in half, with the mosque and the village school ending up on the Turkish side and 2/3 of the houses on the Soviet Georgian side. Initially, the border did not divide much beyond the paper onto which it was drawn. Villagers continued to cross the border toward their land, to pursue old and new trading opportunities, or to attend the mosque, and women continued to marry into families across the border. This, however, was to change with the collectivization of agriculture and the Soviet government's nervousness about its border populations. The suspicions first targeted the Kurdish and Hamshin families living on the outskirts of Sarpi and who were deported to Central Asia in 1944, never to return. Suspicion towards the village's majority population manifested itself in more ambivalent ways. These villagers were categorized as Laz, an ethnic group speaking a Kartvelian language and living along the Black Sea, mostly in Turkey. Soviet authorities alternatively saw them as potential bridgeheads for expansion into Turkey, but also suspected them of harboring cross-border loyalties. In two targeted deportations, approximately 20% of the Laz population was deported. In 1949, 3 nuclear families with cross-border marital ties were deported to Omsk, and in 1951, some 10 families with members who had participated in smuggling or other cross-border activities were deported to Kazakhstan, only to return to Sarpi after Stalin's death. By the late 1940s, these and other events had produced an atmosphere of suspicion and fear, one in which villagers' personal names had become a liability. Their identification documents listed their given and family names. The family names all had the Turkish ending Orli, meaning child of, such as in Abdulorli, Vaniorli, Keshorli, Memishorli. Given names were those found across the Muslim world, such as Mehmed, Ali, Mustafa, Hussein, and Khatijah, Emine, Aisha, Fadime. First names and family names were about to change, but not in a straightforward manner. Here it is useful to invoke Stefan Kotkin's depiction of Soviet totalitarianism as not simply a structure implanted from above, but rather as a dialectical process operating from above and below. What the name changes ultimately reveal is how pressures from above intersected not only with the villagers' fears, but also with their aspirations and desires. This generated its own dynamic, which outlasted the initial impulses and continued to reverberate even many decades later. So, erasing problematic forenames. With regards to forenames, a clear push was given in 1948, as illustrated by the account of Zurabi, or Jemali, as he described to me what to him what happened to him at the age of 9. And these are his words. The schoolmaster stood in front of the class and said, "Zurabi, open your book." I looked around, wondering who this Zurabi might be. "You are Zurabi," he told me. And he explained, "Jamali is a Turkish name and Zurabi is a Georgian name, and you are not a Turk." When I came home, I told my father, "From now on, my name is Zurabi." "What?" my father asked. So I told him that the teacher had given me a new name because Jamali is a Turkish name. My father said that the teacher did not know anything and that Jamali was perhaps a Persian, but certainly not a Turkish name. But then he said, "It's all right. The truly important thing is that you are human." Similar situations occurred when people registered their newborn children. Ferinet explained, quote, "Our son is called Suliko after his grandfather Suleiman. But at the office they did not allow this, so officially it's Ilya. We quickly had to think of a Georgian name and we thought of the poet Ilya Chavchavadze." While the introduction of Georgian first names caused commotion at first, the villagers adjusted quickly. They would give their children 2 names at birth, a Georgian and a Laz or Muslim name, each of which had their uses. Turkish-sounding names like Jamali or Suliko continued to be used in the village, while the parallel names like Zurabi or Ilya were printed in passports, used in encounters with bureaucracy and in the city. What is also interesting is that interreligious and trans-ethnic names became very popular in this period. For example, many women born between 1945 and 1965 are named Mary, a name that was convenient not only because of its significance in both Islam and Christianity, but also because through simple adjustments, such as Mariam, Miriko, and Mariko, the right ethno-religious connotation could be produced. While Georgian forenames were first introduced by school teachers, the initiative for changing surnames rested with families. Most tried to stay close to the root of their old family name when choosing a common Georgian surname. As one person explained, quote, "Our old name was Kabamemet Orli, and we chose Kakabadze. It doesn't mean the same, but it sounded somewhat alike." In a similar vein, Bekirorli became Bakradze, and Jivashorli became Javakhishvili. Interestingly, though, of the 10 family names that were in circulation in the early 20th century, only 4 continue to exist as single surnames. The other family names split into 2 or even 3 new variants. Thus, the Memishorlis split up into Memishishis and Dolidzes, while Abdulorli became Abuladze and Abdulichi. The choice for different names and for either a Laz ending shi or a Georgian ending nze or shvili followed a distinctive pattern. People who chose names similar to the old ones were either relatively secure in their position or did not have professional ambitions beyond collective farm work. By contrast, those adopting a Georgian name either valued careers beyond the village or they feared falling victim to future purges. The last factor played a role in the Abdulorli family. Although the entire family was employed at the collective farm, one of the family members had been active as mullah until the 1930s, and to make things worse, his wife had been born in Turkey. In order to keep a low profile, he and his wife changed their surname into Abuladze instead of choosing Abdulishi as his relatives did. Within the Memishorli family, the ones who adopted the surname Dolidze worked in the village and district administrations, while those choosing Memishishi worked on the collective farm. Anyway, here you see part of that genealogy, as it were. So these new names, they influence how villagers could present themselves and how they were seen by others. More interestingly, the adoption of new names was locally understood as having induced changes in behavior, thus drawing attention to the intricate relationship between naming and self-perception. Consider the following statement of an elderly woman who disliked that since the 1980s, children were given only Georgian names. Quote, Quote, I am Muslim, but my grandchildren all have Georgian names. You see, everyone is labeled Georgian in their passport. They eat pork, drink wine, and smoke cigarettes. Of course, a Georgian name or international label does not automatically turn people into pork eaters, I would say, but maybe it does. The centrality of names in presentations of self would not avoid having palpable consequences. When I discussed these issues in Sarpi, some villagers presented the name changes as a learning process. Hodari, for example, characterized the practice of giving children Georgian names as follows. Quote, we did not know Georgian names. That is why the teachers decided. They had broader knowledge and they knew Georgian names. After that, we became Georgians. That is, we then became Georgians in appearance because we had been Georgians in our hearts all along, of course. End of quote. The official names and categories became part of ideas of selfhood among new generations, setting the stage for reinterpretations of tradition. By the 1990s, the combination of force and fear that gave rise to the name changes had disappeared, but the direction of change remained. Tellingly, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, not a single family group considered reinstating the old names, ending on Orly. A small minority of elderly people considered changing their Georgian family names, ending on ze, into ones with las ending, she, on she. The opposite opinion, however, was much more common, especially among young and middle-aged villagers who held las names. They told me that they would like to adopt the Georgian variant of their name. Such discussions were often linked to a desire of retracing pre-Ottoman Georgian origins. For example, within the Memishorli family, the theory became popular that their original family name was not Memishorli, but Dibirorli. Dibirorli was interpreted to be rooted in the Georgian name Dolidze, a fairly common name in southwestern Georgia. Since no one could prove the genealogical links, however, it seemed equally likely that Dolidze became popular among some young Mamishishis because of its Georgian sound, as well as the better financial position of the Dolidzes in the family, or in the village. Just as an illustration, let me show you a visualization of popular forenames in the village of Sarpi. So if you look across the decades, you can clearly see a continuation of the Georgification process, with names such as Manana, Mzia, Irakli, and Zurabi becoming rather common. The post-1990s changes also reveal religious changes, with explicitly Christian names such as those related to Georgian saints becoming increasingly frequent, such as Nino and Georgi. At this point, we can return to the headstone of Shazia Memishorli. We can see why members of the younger generation decided to replace the original headstone with one in which Shazia no longer had a Turkish-sounding family name and no longer was buried under a headstone that signaled Islam, a religion that she herself had never practiced. In a sense, then, we can see it as the condensation or concretization of the broader changes that have been described, and an outcome of the momentum that had been generated in the 1940s and gathered pace from the 1990s onwards. In my ongoing project, I'll be documenting changing naming practices more systematically, paying attention to frequency and contextual usage of forenames, while also adding material from across the border, which I expect will strengthen my understanding of how naming practices change over time. On the graveyard, the changes culminated in a literal rewriting of history, one that was engraved in stone even. But interestingly, the graveyard also reveals the limitations of rewriting history. After all, although the Islamic headstone was removed, the new one did not include Christian symbols. Moreover, the gravestone of Shazia's father Hassan, who had died 4 years earlier, remained unchanged. Hence, if we accept Catherine Verdery's argument that corpses are convenient symbols in attempts to rewrite history because they're unable to contest ambiguous interpretations of their meaning, then it is also true that these corpses are not blank slates. Not anything can be written onto them. Analogously, while states and empires impress their footprint onto the borderlands, they do so unevenly and in ways that may be out of sync with the various realities on the ground. In this case, when the initial headstone was placed on the grave, the family name Memishorli had already disappeared from formal use, while the plain and secular aesthetic of the new headstone was hardly in tune with the new religious realities in Sarpi. By attending to such nuances and complexities, and by zooming in on the multiple decisions that people on the border make, we can do justice not only to the agency of border dwellers, but also provide insight into the power arrangements and the textured nature of collective identification on the margins of empire. Thank you, and let me stop sharing.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Matis, for this wonderful presentation full of very curious examples of shaping identities, shaping persons. So again, the floor is open for the questions, for the comments, and you can take questions from the YouTube translation. So yeah, who's going to start? Yes, please, Paul.
This is really interesting, and thank you for this account. And I'm thinking, first of all, I guess, about some of the naming issues that occurred also in the Russian Empire, and there's maybe a literature you might want to look at. Andrew Berner did an article back in the 1990s, I think it was, about Jews trying to change their names to accommodate. I can't remember the details of the article. It's been so long since I looked at it. And there were also cases with Eugene Avrutin as someone to look at, just in terms of naming practices and traditions, just alphabetically. But I guess what I wanted to ask about was maybe like one brief observation that you said the limits of the change with the new gravestone. I would say, I thought you were about to say this, I would say it's also discernible in the fact that the gravestone has obviously been removed. It doesn't, aesthetically, it doesn't work. It's clear that something has been broken off and something's been replaced. And so it raises as many questions as it solves, I suppose. But I'm wondering at the point when there's a push, and maybe that's not even the language to use, a push to change names, or when people feel an incentive to change in the ways you've described. I guess I'm just, you said that you're going to investigate this all more systematically in due course, but at least as of this moment, what would you say just in terms of the balance between from above and from below? I mean, is it reasonably clear that teachers, for example, the one who's renaming the pupil, that this is coming as a directive from above and that person's acting, and then that sort of just bleeds out into, or becomes basically part of the practice, the mentality of people, although not all, for the reasons that you indicated. And, or to what extent is it that you, I guess, suppose the fact that some change and some don't really suggest that there is a from below component, a really quite powerful one based on a combination of fears and aspirations, I suppose. But how would you conceptualize or just think about that balance right now?
I mean, it's difficult to kind of see, to situate it exactly, right? I mean, it is like in between, right? It's too simple to say that it was kind of just simply directed from above. In the case of first names, yes, there were these initial incidents, but then very clearly, for example, this example of Jamali, who was named Zurabi by his teacher, and there were quite a few others who had similar stories. But as soon as that, kind of that already had started in an environment where people already kind of had started to think about proper names for their newborns, etc. So there was actually it was about aspirations and anxieties primarily, but also, for example, when it comes to the surnames, the family names, it was totally clear to everyone that Orly was like totally unacceptable, right? I mean, that had to change, right? But then what new name would replace the old name? That was actually there. People had were able to choose, and kind of doing so in with in mind the aspirations they had, the fears that they had, right? And for me, this was particularly interesting to be able to trace back as to why certain parts of larger family groups went into one direction rather than another. Why it was that within certain families, why certain families were much faster in adopting, for example, Christian names or more kind of, wholeheartedly sounding Georgian names than others. So for me, the nuances, they give me clues as to where exactly in the middle is this located, and also to the extent it was not uniform, right? So it's like, some families, they felt that they were giving into pressure, and other families, they were more forthcoming in trying to, basically had aspirations that already had moved them in that direction, as it were. But anyway, much of this I hope to really reveal in a more finer grained research in relation to the ugliness of the the replaced gravestones. Usually, I don't say that I find something ugly or I'm very hesitant. In this case, everyone thought that this was kind of a terribly a horrible job that had been done to this grave. And it was actually, in that sense, also quite telling that it was someone without children, as it were, right? So it was, as it were, a gravestone that was more easily replaceable than that of certain others who, kind of where perhaps, children would have felt too awkward to do that to their own parent or things like that. And some of these things also I still need to find out more about. But yeah, somewhere in the middle. But I'm afraid that I can't give you any more specifics. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. May I then drop question, as I don't have any other hands raised. So, I think so. You mentioned this Snyder's distinction, like view from above and view from the ground. And I probably have a question in this logic. So you, so the first part of the question would be: was there some political rationality behind this process? So was the Soviet government, or maybe Georgian Soviet local government, or post-Soviet Georgian government interested in this identity change? So was it promoted anyhow politically? So were people forced to change their names and to change their identities? And the question about the ground level would be in a way similar. So how did people who changed the names and identities perceive this process? So was it viewed as a traumatic experience, as something like forced from above, maybe from the society, from the local society, or maybe from the government? Or maybe it was a moment to restart their life to the good, and in this sense it was perceived as something easy decision, or maybe really better opportunity, better decision. So yeah, these two questions.
Yes, no, it's a great question. It's also not a very easy question to answer. The reason being that obviously I asked many villagers about these issues, right? Kind of, was this that they feel pressure to do so? And actually, often they would say like, kind of, they would emphasize like there was never a concrete directive, kind of you have to change your family names, for example. But of course, they all understood that they had to anyway, right? So there was kind of a lot of implicit pressure to change their names. Implicit in the sense that if we don't, then we will be considered to be problematic citizens. Pressure in the sense that if we don't, then we can continue to have passports and identification documents that will that will show that we're Muslims, or that we are Turks, right? I mean, those connotations, they had become highly problematic in Soviet Georgia in that time. So within that context, everyone felt pressured to change. But the specific changes there, as I mentioned, there was much more freedom. So there's absolutely not a single family that did not, kind of that kept their surname. It's also very rare actually to see first names, kind of after the 1960 periods that are, and that are very clearly Muslim first names. It's pretty rare, although that does here and there occur. Some, when people felt very strongly about it, they were still able to do that to an extent. But anyway, here, one of the tricky things of one of the way in which people were able to deal with this, maybe also at a personal level, was basically to continue with using double names for several decades, right? So as they like, all right, we'll have our bureaucratic name, but in the village, everyone anyway knows that we are whatever, the Memishorleys or the Bekirorleys. And actually, the gravestone that I showed you, that was from 1950. I forgot the exact date, but I think it's 1950. Let me quickly check here. 1959. So this was actually already after the moment when people had to change their surnames in their passports, in the village administration documents, etc. But it's continued to exist on the graveyard, right? So even though this shift kind of is seen as kind of located in the late 1940s, early 1950s, actually it's in the end of the day, it was a transition that took several decades, you could say, right? It's like for several decades, these double names were being used in the village. And my guess is that this makes it also much easier to accept these changes. Like, oh, these are just formal changes. We just do that to please the government. But it's difficult to know this for certain, of course, because I'm always dealing with how people talk about this like decades after the fact.
I just have one other question, just very briefly, and that has to do with
sure. Please go ahead.
Alphabetic conventions. So when this change was starting, Muslim names, for lack of a better term, Turkish, were they typically written still in the Arabic script, or had people begun to use the Latin? And was that the transference always accompanied by the adoption of the Georgian alphabet as well?
Right. So basically, what you see on the and here I'm limited by the fact that so far I've only done research on the Georgian side of the village, where basically the old graveyard, it existed. It's located on the Turkish side of the village, which until recently was kind of closed territory to me. And through connections, I will be able to do research in relation to that graveyard on the Turkish side this coming summer. But the one on the Georgian side, basically the oldest graves are from the early 1930s. And in the first decade, the Latin script is being used. And then that changes to the Cyrillic, and then it changes to Georgian, basically. Yeah. But I expect that on the Turkish side, the Arabic script will have been used until the 1920s, I guess. And at that moment, it probably also there kind of switched to Latin. I wonder how fast that was, but it's something to discover. Yeah.
Okay, please, Galina. Another question.
Thank you so much. And what do you think about the possibility of including into your research another surfaces of appearance of names? Maybe old desk surfaces in classrooms, some village classrooms, for example, or the walls of water closets and their graffitis. And what do you think about the another surface of appearance besides the gravestones? Thank you.
Yes, I mean that could be wonderful. Obviously, initially I did a much kind of broader study, let's say, of the social history of this border region, which is what my first book was based on, and also in relation to this specific village. I looked at many more things besides names. Including, for example, architecture changes, kind of to dwellings and how that related to the border and ideological changes and so on. I think that's really, really fascinating as well. I do think that for this specific study, I will kind of focus on names as such, but actually also on doing much more with trying to find out what the precise connotations are of names. So, for example, using elicitation techniques with older and younger villagers to understand, kind of when they hear a name or when they have to make a decision as to how to name a new child, kind of how is the decision being produced? How does that relate to the various connotations that a name may have? And obviously, once again, I will be limited by the fact that this is the kind of research you can only do in the present. You cannot really, although I will also try to find out, especially with some of the transition names, like this, kind of you have these names which are, between, but they have some Muslim connotations, but they also have Christian connotations. They are used in Turkey, they're also used in Georgia. And to really talk with people who had been given those names, whether what they know about why they were given those names, like what the various connotations used to be in the past. Anyway, it's actually, so for now I want to kind of to keep it very, very concrete, focused on name giving practices as well as name use. Also because actually it's the kind of research fieldwork that's actually really pleasant to do. People like to talk about those things. It makes it a very pleasant research experience as well.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Matis, again for your presentation. We have had two quite interesting, quite enlightening presentations focused on more empirical approach to understanding of borders, to understanding of what it means to live on the border of the empires. And we're going to conclude our session, our conference, with the return to a more theoretical approach to this topic. So among other borders we have to cross, there is also a language border. So in order to introduce our last speaker, I'm going to switch to Russian. That's да.
Okay, I'll continue in Russian. This session is about transcending all kinds of boundaries, including those of the language we use. I think it's really important that the final talk in this session will be again theoretical, so we'll go back to the theory. We all know that interdisciplinarity is the word that is used everywhere these days, and we can disagree about this word, but I think that this is something that will be a good contribution to our conference, that we are switching in between different disciplines, and we'll do it now too. We are exploring the term of the boundary from very different perspectives, including the historical one, the theoretical one, and of course, we also review it in the light of the contemporary context. We began our first session today with the sociological inputs. They were theoretical, and we will return to theory now. I'm happy to pass the mic to Ilya Mavrinsky. I think he will share a more philosophical perspective on the subject. The topic of his talk is the invisible boundary of involvement, dynamic indeterminacy of the border, unfolding, completion, beginning. Please, Ilya. Thank you very much, Arseny. Thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor. And I'd love to express my gratitude to all the participants that I have listened to. Thank you very much for all of your contributions. Thank you very much for all of your talks. I think we could now remember the ending to the Four Quartets by Paul Eliot. At the end of our wandering, we return to where we began, and we see our land as if for the first time. I have listened to a lot of talks during these 3 days, and I think it enabled me to find a completely new perspective on something I seem to have known. I would like to begin with an obvious remark. It may be obvious to all of you at this conference, but it's just a starting point for me. When we talk about the plurality of meanings that the plurality of meanings of the notion border, in English, there is a number of terms there: border, boundary, literal, and others. In Russian, it's granitsa. And I believe that the plurality of meanings embedded in this notion indicates not just different semantic dimensions or differences in understanding. It's not only about the demarcation of territories, but it is also about the possibilities of convergence, about the horizon of convergence. In this horizon of convergence, we can talk about the border as a threshold that we can overcome, that we can transgress, that can be left behind us. In other words, the border is understood, and we've heard it in a lot of talks over these 3 days. The border is seen together, is understood together with what is beyond it. It marks certain new territories. Such understanding of the term border has already been present in some of the talks today, especially in Mr. Philippa's talk. Quote, "A border can be unity of all 3 dimensions: political, symbolic, and territorial, only when another political unit as a community of solidarity is beyond the border." And I would also like to quote Ed Casey, who presented during the first day of our conference, who pointed out the complementarity of the 2 semantic dimensions of this concept. In the end, borders and boundaries are complementary. One serves to distinguish and separate, the other to open onto, to make continuous by connecting. End of quote. And as a preliminary intuition, if you may, I would like again to quote Eliot, the beginning of the 3rd quartet. It begins with the words, "I don't know a lot about gods. I think about the river, the brown goddess, that can be understood as the frontier, useful but unreliable. And for us, it's just the challenge we have to overcome with a bridge. Why do I quote this place from Eliot? I think it indicates the possibility of entering different kinds of relationships with the border. Eliot already shows how it can be made use of, how it can be included into different discourses. And we see that the border is something that we enter in different kinds of relationships with. The goal of my talk is to be able to think the border in Deleuze's terminology as a fold and not as a line. The fold, or plica in Latin, that's the term that Deleuze explains, that Deleuze turns to when he explains his understanding of the concept. He's talking about the unfolding of this fold, the emergence or manifestation of the phenomena that does not exist before the unfolding. There are always certain traces that are left after this process. And in this regard, again, if we understand the border as such, or if we try to understand it as such, we can pay attention to another dimension, that of the border as conventionality, something that even remains invisible. Hence, the word invisibility in the title of my talk. In Deleuze and Guattari's Capitalism and Schizophrenia, we see contrast between terms pack and a mass. They use the metaphor of a wolf separated from the pack or still keeping in touch with it. There is no border or boundary as a line, but it is clearly drawn. This is the experienced border. And we understand it very well when we have transgressed this border and when we have to re-enter the relationship with our pack again. This is why we are talking here about the invisibility of the border itself. And we see the ambiguity of the term straight away. If we remember Eliot, we see that the border is something that has its own power. It's something we enter into a relationship with. It's something that dictates something to us. On the other hand, we understand that what is being dictated, what is being imposed by the border, also shows the necessity of us being in relation with it. And again, if we build on the metaphor of the wolf and the pack, here we must remember the term belonging. So the border itself makes us belong somewhere, or in the contrary, shows that we do not belong somewhere. The conference began with how we can think borders now from our contemporaneity, from our horizon, from our understanding and the reality we live in, the historical, social, political, and any other realities we inhabit. I think I have to mention a few important points here. After Adorno and Horkheimer were used to criticizing modernity, we are used to rejecting the foundations. We talk about the decentralization of any subject. We reject the binary oppositions, namely those of the center and periphery and others, and so on and so forth. This is precisely why, in the second part of my talk, I want to return to the classical heritage, basically the heritage which is criticized by the project of modernity. I'm talking now about the theory that is based on these binary oppositions that are now criticized so harshly, with no alternatives suggested. What I would like to address is the following. When we deal with the topic of the border in its classical cross-sectionality, we see that the boundary can be understood as the believed and as the overcome. This is a dynamic pair. And we see such understanding of the border in Fichte's writings. The border can also be understood as something certain, something converging. This is what we find in Schelling's writings. And finally, the border can be understood as something marking or distinguishing. This is something we find in Schopenhauer's philosophy. Each of these three pairs, and it matters, because we should never lose touch with contemporaneity. We can never forget about the issues we began with. I think the biggest question is how we think borders and boundaries today. So each of these three pairs indicates, presupposes, or refers to that blind spot of involvement with, from which the boundary or the border itself becomes possible. I will just outline some key ideas, but I will be very happy to take your questions to give a more exhaustive account. In Fichte's philosophy, let's begin with him. We encounter the doctrine of the border, where this border is presupposed by every action of the self. But this presupposition itself is thought of as a necessity of overcoming. This is the process that Fichte describes. It's something we know from the first works by Fichte. In the dynamics of constitution of the self, we encounter the self that can become such only by distinguishing itself from the non-self. The very assumption of the boundary between self and non-self means the necessity of overcoming it in the synthesis of self and non-self. Synthesis, in its turn, implies a new boundary, or it is a new boundary which requires more overcoming, which we have to overcome. So basically what we speak of here is differentiating the differentiation, if we translate Fichte into contemporary language. By setting the boundary, in the end, we speak about the things that we differentiate. My own self is able to discover itself, not just by differentiating itself from the other, from the non-self, but also through finding the convergence point. And here, I believe that the term of the fold, of unfolding, is extremely relevant, because the border implies its transgression. And we understand that Fichte's task here, he says, his project is the same as Kant's. He wants to reconstruct all of the arguments of Kantian thoughts in their wholeness. So Fichte speaks of two series: a series of actions of the self, the self is capitalized in German. That's a necessity. In Russian and English translations, this is the translation tradition. So a series of actions of the self and a series of philosophers' observations of the actions of the self. And the latter is exactly the reproduction of the dynamics of the assumption and overcoming of the boundary. This is the dynamics that manifests certain phenomena, makes them visible. In this sense, Fichte is the first that understands I, the self, as a performative, if we draw parallels with the speech act theory. So the boundary, as long as it's constituted, suggests its overcoming, its transgression. And through this process, it becomes visible. As we know, the speech on the dignity of people is the end of the series of lectures by this philosopher. I will quote what he says. Wherever you live, you that bear the human image, whether you're approaching the image of the animal under the shofar stick when you're planting sugar canes, whether you are, to me, the most wretched and disgusting villain, yet you are the same as I am. For you can say to me, I am. You are nevertheless my comrade and brother. Oh, I stood, of course, once on the same level of humanity where you stand now. For it is one of the rungs of humanity, and there are no leaps on this ladder. Perhaps I stood on it without the clear consciousness. Perhaps I rose above it so quickly and hastily that I had no time to bring my condition to consciousness, but I certainly once stood there, and you will inevitably be where I am now. End of quote. Here we find ourselves again involved with the self, bypassing awareness or appropriation. And as we see in this Fichte speech, this is a necessity. So it's a necessity to enter into a relationship with our own self. And thus we are always seeing ourselves on this ladder where leaps are not possible. Of course, if we have to plant sugar canes or collect sugar canes, we are not standing on the same ladder as Fichte did, of course. And Fichte may not be aware that he once was on the same step where we are on now. We, meaning the people that work on the farms, work with sugar canes. We can find a completely different understanding of the boundary in Schelling's writings. Fichte and Schelling, for quite a long time, thought that they had the same take on Kant and transcendental philosophy. They were planning to publish a journal together. But as they moved along, as their understanding was unfolding, like a boundary can unfold, it became evident to them how different was their understanding of every term, of every argument. So once they arrived at the final understanding for themselves, that was the end of their correspondence, and that was the end of their plan to publish a journal together. So Schelling's philosophy begins actually with this term, the boundary. He was talking about the boundary as the limit of convergence of originally separated origins, nature and spirit. So here Schelling continues Kant. And this convergence has a dynamics of its own. It has its own movement. So the forms of nature and spirit gradually converge. In his writing, in his treatise on freedom, Schelling exactly describes this convergence point as freedom. So freedom is the convergence of nature and spirit. And the very possibility of freedom requires the question of the possibility of evil to be resolved. The possibility of evil, and accordingly, the possibility of choice. Schelling also insists, and this is a novel idea which will be reproduced in Anti-Oedipus by Deleuze in the 20th century, that evil cannot be understood as the lack or weakness. On the contrary, it is a certain configuration which, this precise configuration, the way it is assembled, makes it possible to distinguish good and evil. So evil, and Schelling insists on that, evil contains exactly the same forces, the same components as good. Evil, as a possibility, is grounded on the one hand on the original unity of all forces by the will of God, and on the other hand, what matters here is the will's endeavor to recreate the unity according to its own plan.
When he talks about love not seeking others, the will is seeking its own. And in this case, freedom is the realization of the forms of will and spirit, is a realization of the play of already given forces, the possibility of one or another of their configurations with an infinite possibility of variation. The conversions of nature and spirit in freedom turns out to be the realization of the totality of creation. And consequently, the boundary or the limit of creation itself. Here, well, Schelling's treaty begins with some polemical elements when he says everybody misses freedom. And this polemic part is incredibly important. It preempts the doctrinal part. Well, here we find ourselves involved in the original plan of creation. The freedom that Schelling doesn't want to miss, it's in the play of the forces manifested in the nature of the will itself. Good and evil contain all of these elements. That is, in the dimension of choice, we enter into relationship with the always present, as Heidegger would say, actual freedom. And finally, in Schopenhauer's philosophy, we find, and of course he belonged to the same period and the same topic largely, we find the possibility of understanding the boundary, a third understanding, as a beginning. Something that, in a proper sense, unfolds, giving rise to two divergent series, the will and the representation. On the fourfold root of the law of sufficient reason, Schopenhauer points to the first class of objects for the subject, which is the body. Sorry for bringing you back to school. And in the world, as will and representation, where the body is the cognition of the will a posteriori, while the will is the cognition of the body a priori. And the examples that Schopenhauer gives are very, very specific because we're talking about the divergence of the body and the will, where the will and the representations do not differ yet, a priori and a posteriori are not differentiated as yet, but there is an undivisible experience, undivided experience of pain and pleasure. These are the examples that Schopenhauer gives. This initial intuitive experience of pain in relation to which it's impossible to construct a distance. There's no me that experiences pain. Or later, in another context, this will be talked about the gesture of anger. The gesture of anger is anger itself, and this is the beginning point. The body turns out to be that which breaks down into the image and the possibility of possession, something that we can possess, control, and dispose. At the same time, the pulsation of pleasure and pain, the experience that's always possible, is what returns to the beginning of both ranks, will and representation, and thus allowing us to reassemble both the image of the body and what we think of as possibilities of possession and appropriation. There's the image of the body. We can work with it differently, and what we assume to be what we possess. The body as a sort of appropriated possession. And here we're confronted with belonging in the modus of possibility to the body. The modus of possibility, because both pain and pleasure are not guaranteed on their own. If we were to look at these three ways of understanding the beginning, Fichte, Schelling, and Schopenhauer, we'll see a certain dynamics of these two series. It's not something that's presented by the German Transcendentalism. It exists in modernity as well as the difference in the idea, in the notion of things. Spinoza talks about the differentiation between the mind and the soul, but here it's conceptualized as the notion of boundary, and this dynamics of these two rows manifests the dimension of belonging, the blind spot, something that's very evasive in the modus operandi of necessity, reality, and possibility, belonging to the self, freedom, or body, respectively. And it brings us back to the dimension of belonging, showing us the boundary as something invisible, reconstructible, and elusively present in one way or another. And in the spirit of Fichte, we could say that the boundary assumed by belonging removes or overcomes the boundary between space and time. This is something that was also voiced during our conference, when we keep coming back to the fact that on the one hand, boundaries shouldn't be conceptualized as spatial, but as time focused, or as Alexander talks about today, we could be talking about a certain spatial shift back from time to space. And in the spirit of Schelling, we are talking about a movement in self in which the boundary can be deployed in the dimension of building trajectories of convergence. For example, in matters of community, identity, or language, very different forms to begin with, very different forces that play out. The difference, mostly stemming from the configuration, enables us to show or to identify, to delineate these trajectories of convergence. And finally, in the spirit of Schopenhauer, the boundary turns out to be a way of orienting oneself in space that changes depending on the direction of the gaze. And here I want to reference Aiton's presentation from the first day. Depending on the direction of the gaze, the order of movement, or the horizon of meaning. Pointing to these blind spots of the dynamically conceptualized boundary, something that we interact with, that we feel associated with in one way or another, enables us to read Georges Agamben's thesis differently. He stated this in his essay. He says that the contemporary sees the blindness of their age as a striving or attention to the emptiness, the blindness, the structure of what stands behind the somewhat drawn, received, retained certainty. And again, it's hard to overlook the fact that alongside politics and law, which is what Fichte comes to with his overcoming of borders, and I think it's this movement that led to the fact that Hegel wanted to be buried next to Fichte. In addition to the movements of love that Schelling is talking about, again, his response to the classical tradition, if you're talking about will, if you're talking about choice, if you're talking about the possibility of somehow controlling your desires, of course, Leibniz comes to mind, who wrote that the only request of a person is this need to love God. And then he would talk about how this demand has to be executed. And in addition to the epistemology horizon set by Schopenhauer, who directly indicates that our order of understanding is a world of phantasms, a world of phantoms, a world of everything that can be rewritten at any time, reconstructed. The possibility of a fourth generic procedure of truth, as Badiou would say, comes to mind, the poem. And here I'm going to reference another poem, Joseph Brodsky. In his poem, The New Life, he defined art as follows: a sense of curiosity about these empty places, the objectless landscapes. The objectless landscape of empty places enables us to go back to the very beginning and comprehend in a completely different way the oppositions of that we worked with, the oppositions of mass and flock, scarcity and excess, nomadic and sedentary, using Deleuze's terminology. It enables us to identify that it's these blind spots, the invisibility of the border itself, and on the other hand, its dynamic uncertainty, its constant unfolding. This is the focus point of our interest, setting baseline oppositions that will replace the opposition of depth and surface, the center and the periphery. And I see that I'm almost out of time. The border turns out to be a conditional line, a relative line that requires slippage, movement to the limits of its intensities, a dynamic uncertainty in the brackets of its own drawing. In other words, the border turns out to be a convention that on the one hand we're not able to ignore, but can always change, rewrite, or redraw, or draw it differently. And the problem that the second half of the 20th century comes up against when following Agamben was said that the borders of subjectivization, that's the key question for the modern subject is what it actually wants. Then we lose something, we miss something, and I think we can respond to this. That I could quote to answer it Theodore Shining: the other is always a given. It's always there. And it's this other that's a given that I would insist on. And I guess I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much for your attention. I will be happy to take your questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ilya. And a separate thank you for presenting this way of using philosophy to treat boundaries. I think this was something that was somewhat overlooked during the previous days of the conference, and the boundaries of the self, the possibility of introducing the other that you wrapped up your presentation with. It's a way to understand oneself better and to construct oneself. This is perhaps the most important thing that we need to work on, and the most important element of what's accessible to us, and that defines all of the decisions that we make about ourselves, the world, the borders between ourselves and others. I would like to preempt the discussion part, the Q&A. We don't have much time left formally. Perhaps we're going to have to run a bit over. I would like to preempt the discussion with a quote that we received via YouTube into the chat for our broadcast. Dmitry Klyopov wrote, and I'll quote here: "We have overcome the invisible boundary whereby the distance to the planet is the height." He's quoting by memory from Strugatsky, the brother Strugatsky, about an invisible boundary. Okay, we'll open up for questions now. These could be questions or comments, remarks, thoughts, ideas, or just a thank you. You can praise him or criticize him. Critical comments and comments of gratitude. Tatiana, please go ahead. Critical comments of gratitude. Okay, thank you so much, Ilya, for bringing us back to the beginning of our conference, the theoretical parts, looping our discussion. Thank you so much for trying to get together all of the philosophical constructs, all of the interpretations of the concept of Buddha that we've been using over the course of the past 3 days. One of the meanings that we haven't brought up, that you brought up, is an understanding of a Buddha as a fold that unfolds to give something space, to give something life. It's an interesting logical construct, at least that's the way I see it. And the second comment that I had, while you were making your presentation, I opened Eliot and I read a few lines further to what you quoted. He writes, and when we draw bridges, that's the last line that you quoted, when bridges are drawn during times of turbulence, the brown goddess will await and observe. I think it's quite interesting, this meaning that we had tried to tackle over the course of the last few days. The idea, this is why Casey started talking about the border between the US and Mexico, the border as a river. And of course, it falls into oblivion and it resists this oblivion, the border as a topos of oblivion. It awaits and it observes, but it still carries certain meaning. And I think that's also critically important when we talk about meaningful potencies in terms of conceptualizing what borders are. Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana. In this case, yes, a separate thank you for quoting Eliot again. I should have. I had to stop somewhere, not to turn into a big Eliot quote. But this moment of oblivion, it looks at the times of its floods. It's this ability to go back, to return, or even to burst into our lives. Something will burst into our lives, and then our psychoanalytical friends say that whatever you reject is something that comes back. When you push something out, it will come back. And the times of floods, it sets the rhythm of life, of what was initially understood as a frontier. A separate thank you goes to Svetlana for the small remark that she made. A frontier, in order to become a border, has to stop. I think that's critically important. So thank you so much again for reading the quote that I had to cut short.
Yeah, I also wanted to express my gratitude And Tatiana, thank you very much for addressing this part. Yeah, I think the talk was amazing because it summarized many key points that were made over the past 3 days. Thank you very much for such a comprehensive account of the material we have gathered over the course of these 3 days. Okay. Any questions, comments, anything? Paul, please. I will try to keep it short as possible. I hope that I'll be able to. Thank you very much for such a comprehensive talk again. It makes you think, and I really hope that it will stay with me. First of all, since my talk was the most empirical, and your talk was the most theoretical, maybe, I think all the talks during this conference were somewhere on this spectrum. I think closer to the theoretical pole than the empirical pole. I'm just thinking about how we can embrace all of it. How can we find the common ground? Maybe not for all the material we have heard at this conference, but at least maybe some parts of it, bits and pieces. Ilya, I was curious to learn what you think about the following. Taking into account everything you have said now, and maybe it's not fair, but taking into account everything that has been said at the conference, how can this one word granica in Russian, border, boundary, can mean so many things? Is there any, common core, some semantic core that is common for all of those meanings? And we've been talking from the perspective of different disciplines, and yeah. So, to what extent does our understanding depend on the discipline we work in? Can we make any, concluding remarks, in your opinion? Sorry for addressing you with this question. Thank you very much, Paul. I'm not ready to take the accountability for everybody who has been present at the conference, but the first thing that comes to my mind is when we talk about all the different meanings of the term boundary. And indeed, we have heard a lot of material here at the conference, and we see that something conceptualizes itself around every nucleus. We are building a kind of an overall picture, which is more or less sensitive to different empirical materials. But what we are building is something that post-structuralists would have called oneness equivalence. At the very beginning of the conference, Irina told us that there are different equivalents of the term granica in English: frontier, border, boundary. And it seems that all of these unities we came up with have to be differentiated from the rest. So I personally was very happy to find out where these differences converge again. as, for example, in Alexander Filipov's talk or in Ed Case's talk and in a number of others. The first thing that comes to my mind in this regard is something from where the basic intention of the post-structuralist game of meanings, convergence, divergence, comes from. It all comes from the Heideggerian intuition. In a talk about equivalence and difference, he says that they both evolve from the space in between. There are some things in between different translations, between different assembly points. So this is something, again, which was at play when I was talking about the wolf and the pack. The wolf knows where it is part of the pack and when it is not part of the pack anymore. I think this is something that matters for any conceptualization. Any conceptualization will launch this game of convergence and divergence. Thank you very much for this question. I think it enabled us to take another look at how we work. I think Arseny was very precise in that. We are transgressing all kinds of boundaries. We are all based in different countries and we are transcending those borders too. We can touch somehow the space in between, which gives birth to the borders and boundaries. And this is why Deleuze said that we have to always map out the trajectories through which we approach the intensity of our being. And Spinoza said it was beautiful to live at the edge of our intensities. Beyond those, what begins is ugly. So I think this could be a partial answer to your question. Thank you very much. Very well done. Especially taking into account the scale of the question. After this conference, I'm thinking rather about different terms in different languages. In Russian, we also have черта, край, and others. Maybe it's best to take a look at all the versions in any languages. I mean, they always tell us something about human thinking, and if we take metaphors like membranes or others. We have some different ways to think about it, metaphorically think about it. I think it is really useful. Ilya, you talked about freedom, and we've been talking about transgression and movement. So I think I will keep thinking about these terms, first of all. Well, I don't know, maybe just to come up with better questions, at least to come up with better questions. Why do these theories and these conceptualizations exist? I think this is something we need to understand to be able to use it for some specific material. Just a small comment, Paul. I completely agree with what you have said, just to be able to raise questions. Today, I have mentioned Deleuze's name a few times. Maybe you remember he said that events emerge in the vicinity of the question. So if we just pose the question, we're already ready to look for the meaning. This is what we've been doing over these 3 days. So thank you very much for this remark. Tanya, do you have a question? No, I have an answer. Because actually we are beyond the time limit already, and we have one more question from the YouTube chat. But let's begin with you. I want to answer Paul's question, but quoting Ilya, the question whether there is any common ground between all of these disciplines and all of these terms. Ilya said that when we think about the border of the boundary, we immediately think about what is beyond it. And also when we think about the boundary, it means that we are in relationship with something. So I think these two structural elements of the term itself are essentially important. And they are broader, they're bigger than specific disciplines. This is something we enter a relationship with. That was our message when we were getting this conference ready, when we were thinking about the concept of it. There is something else, the other, something which is beyond the boundary, something which we have to enter in relationship with. That was our message. Okay, then maybe as a final question to the conference and for Ilya, let's take a question from the YouTube chat. It may be a bit provocative. It may give rise to a whole discussion, but yeah, I think it's important to take it. Please comment on your idea that evil has the same beginnings, has the same sources as the good. Do you mean the modernities framework? Well, it will be simpler for me to answer because it's Schelling's thought. I won't be able to speak for him, of course. So again, just outlining the overall idea. What does Schelling show? The first thing, we can't understand the evil as just the lack of something, the lack of rationality, goodwill, anything. Evil is not weakness. Evil has its own potential, has its own resources for actions, and so on and so forth. This is the first thing. The second thing, we have to ask ourselves, where does this possibility spring from? Because if we differentiate the good and the evil, this is where Schelling draws the access to freedom from. This demarcation, this distinction has to have certain foundations. Schelling introduces this configuration. There are forces, they are always there. They are always at play. But one configuration of the forces allows them to stay in balance, in harmony, if you may. And another configuration of the forces makes us assemble, that's what Schelling insists on, we assemble a whole. We assemble it in a wrong way sometimes. So why the same foundations? Why the same sources? Because we can always switch from good to evil or from evil to good. If we find ourselves in the wrong configuration, we can start moving to the right one. the other is always given. This is the formula I like. I can quote an example which is very basic, an old one. Two people look at a pool. One says a pool of water. The other says, I see stars reflected in it. I mean, the forces are the same. The thing is the same. The water is the same. I think this is very important. Challenges shows that there are indefinite number. The number of the possibilities is indefinite. The things can be assembled and reassembled in different ways. And I would use the metaphor of kaleidoscope here. It's not challenge, of course, it's mine. When we look in the kaleidoscope, we know the distribution of colors, we know the axis, but every time the picture comes together, and with any movement it changes, we can never go back to the previous image. So that's what I would suggest. We see forces at play that come together in a certain configuration, which can be good or evil. That's just a short answer to the question. Hopefully, Xiaoling won't be offended with my words. Thank you very much. I can see the words of gratitude on YouTube and in the chat. A lot of thank yous. And as a closing remark to our session, I would like to share my perception, how I see it. Hans Ulrich Humbrecht said on the first day that sometimes we're inclined to be afraid of the boundaries and we shouldn't. This is what it came together into. We discussed that the boundaries sometimes are imposed on us from the outside, but we also have an active role there. We start thinking about the boundary. We automatically start thinking about what is beyond this boundary. And I think what matters here is also our decision about how to see the boundary, how to treat the boundary, what to do about it. I think I spoke about it, and Paul partially spoke about it too, when he quoted an example about people living on two sides of the border. For them, an imperial border is not an event they notice. They keep moving their bodies alive and dead, moving the goods, moving their animals across the border. So they can live beyond this border, although they face it, of course, in the institutions that emerge. So setting social, political, any other kinds of borders and boundaries, it requires active engagement on our behalf. We have to construct our identity, which can be flexible. Sorry. The technical borders have just crashed for me here. So I think if we need a kind of an optimistic output for the conference, this is it. We have the boundary from outside. It is imposed on us from above or from elsewhere, but this is where we can invest our own active will, where we can invest our actions. Thank you all very much. Thanks to all of our speakers. Thank you very much for following our conference throughout these 3 days. I hope that the New Literary Observer will keep working with this topic, and I'm sure there'll be more publications that will follow, that will build on the topic of our conference. And hopefully we will meet again and we'll discuss these and many other issues. Off air. Thank you very much.